Okay, we are live. Welcome. Sorry is a little bit late. I was planning on going live about 8:30 Mountain, 9:30 Central, and 10:30 Eastern time, uh, and 7:30 Pacific. But I had a special guest that got sick at the last minute, and things happen. So I had to change up the title of the show. um, what we had planned to talk about, I had to change it up. And if you look at my title tonight, it says Interracial Couples Growing Fast in America. And it is. And I got some videos to show you guys. And I want to dig into this because here's the thing, our future is going to be interracial nation. I believe that. I think the future, as long as we're here on Earth, you know, we're going interracially date and marry more and more every day, and we have been, you know, interracial relationships, interracial marriages have grown faster than people would have thought. Okay, just not too long ago, right? Not too long ago, we lived in a segregated nation. Um, hey, Erlinda, Sandy says hi to you too. Um, good to have you on, and Cece, good to see you. Afro Angelique, Erica, good to see you. Divested Ninja, LV, uh, Pro White Male Leadership, good to see you. Um, Good to see you, everyone, tonight. And Nicola Taylor, good to see you. Uh, yeah, it's good to see you all tonight. And so I had to kind of change it up. But I want to talk about interracial relationships. It is growing fast. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Tomorrow is our anniversary, guys. Tomorrow, me and Sandy hit 28 years. Okay. Well, actually, at midnight, we hit 28 years of marriage. Okay. That's awesome. And for a lot of people, a lot of people don't make that many years, unfortunately. But yeah, tomorrow we hit 28 years. I'll be working tomorrow. We're going to do a show together. An anniversary show. It'll be a few days later. It'll probably be towards the weekend. Okay, that's the only time I could get off, and I don't want to go live 2 o'clock in the morning. So we're going to do it a little late. We'll have an anniversary show. So to celebrate our anniversary and stuff. And yeah, 28 years. Um, Times have flew. I mean, times have flown. I remember when we just met each other. I remember when I first talked to Sandy, how I was nervous and um, you know, how that night went and how she accepted me and how awesome it was. And then we dated and then I proposed to her and she said yes. And then we got married and wow, 28 years, 3 kids and 2 grandkids later, here we are today. Um, Time flies, but it's been a blessing all the way. And it just gets better with time, you know. I I love my wife more and more every day. And I've been blessed. So thank you for the congratulations. I do appreciate that. And we'll put a show together in a few days down the road towards the weekend, and we'll talk about interracial um, relationships, dating and marriage, and we'll kind of talk a little bit about our life. And you guys can ask us questions and stuff. And I just got to find out when I got time and Sandy's got time. So we'll make that happen. And there's a show I want to do with my wife also, talking about biracial children. We got 3 of them, and I want to do that later on. That's coming down the pipe, but you know, we want to do a show about that. Hey, Carolyn, good to see you, Cece. Um, but anyway, interracial relationships is growing fast, right? It is. Okay. People are getting together of different racial groups, different ethnicities. Okay. And it's growing fast. Um, when we think of interracial relationships, interracial marriages, what we've seen in the past has been mostly black men and white women. Okay, but now there's a shift going on. More and more black women and white men are getting together and dating and marriage. And you look at stats and stuff, and leading the way, I I believe it's Asian women and white men. For some reason, it's exploding. Um, and actually, Asian women in America marry white men more than their Asian men. Okay, and it's just something that's happening. People are finding love everywhere, and I think you know when it goes to Hispanic and white, it's happening more because it's easier. Um, for some reason, the families accept each other more. When it's black and white, you guys know the deal, right? We're the most scrutinized group, especially black women, white men, right? They go in on us pretty hard, but that's okay. We're the power couple. We can handle it. Uh, Asian women, yeah. I mean, I see them all over. When I go to work, I see a lot of Asian women and white men. That's really happening in big numbers. But I do see more and more black women, and white men too. That's growing. That's growing at a very substantial rate. Um, so people are opening up their options across the board, and they should be able to, right? And that's what's happening. You know, the future is we're going to have biracial kids of different races and ethnicities. That's the future. And I don't think it's a bad thing. I think we need to embrace it. We need to embrace our children. We got to love our children. Me and my wife, Sandy, we have three biracial children. You know, they're adults now, two women and one man. My youngest is in her 20s, so they're adults now. And they're good, loving people, and we love them, and they're doing good things. Um, but that's the future. Biracial children, it's happening more and more. So we need to embrace our biracial children. And you know what? Let me tell you something. We need to let them decide who they identify with, I think. If they want to be called black or white, hey, they're both, right? They can choose one or the other, or they can be both. In my opinion, I don't think we should tell them they can't be something because they're not 100%. you know and if you look at black and white people, we're not 100% either. We come from, like, I done my DNA, and I'm a white guy, I'm European descent, but I come from many nations in Europe. I did my DNA: France, Germany, England, Wales, Ireland, Scotland, Sweden, uh the Netherlands. I mean, it's all white people, right? But we're not purely one nation, you might say. And black people the same way. When they do their DNA, they find out they're from different tribes in Africa and stuff. So, um, I think we need to put that to rest and let people be who they want to be. And if they want to identify with someone, I don't care. Um, whether they're half white or full white, they can call themselves white. And I think if they're half black, why not call themselves black? Or just be who they are. My kids don't really me and me and my wife's kids, they don't really call themselves nothing. They just know who they are, and they're secure in who they are, and they're doing wonderful things. But we'll go into that stuff later on a different show. But I want to talk about interracial relationships, interracial marriages. It's growing across the board. You know, more and more, millions and millions of people are opening up their options, which they should. Um, you want the best man for the job, ladies, and guys. You want the best woman for the job, right? You want someone that loves you. You want a marriage to be forever. You don't want to just say, "Hey, let's try it and see if it works and try again later." No. You want to get it right the first time. Sometimes you can't. So it happens, but we need to be strategic when we get into a relationship, when we get into marriage, okay? Because that affects our lives. We're making that person our other half. We're coming together as one, like the Bible says we should. Um, but anyway, and when I married my wife, me and my wife, this was our first marriage, and it will be the last. Hey, J10, nice picture. You changed it up a bit. Um, but you know, we're coming together. And when I got married, I was in love with black women, and I chose a black woman to be my wife, and I've been blessed ever since. I think black women are the best choice. You guys hear me say it over and over again, right? I believe that. I even tell my son, look at black women. I'm trying to encourage him because I think that's the best choice. I want him to have the best choice. Okay. Um, and some people say, well, his kid, if he does that, his kids won't look like you. All no, I don't care. I want my kids to be happy. And how my kids, grandkids, and beyond look, I don't care. I just want them to be happy, successful, and good people. That's what I want. I don't get caught up in how they look. I don't get caught up in wanting them to look like me. I don't believe I'm superior to nobody. I'm just a man in this world, and I found the love of my life, and I love my family, and I want my family to have the best that there is to offer. And I think black women are the best, women out there. So I want my son to have the best. Does that make sense? I mean, seriously. I mean, he could date, marry whoever he wants. He's got that freedom. I will not, try to stop him because true love comes in different colors, right? But I do believe black women are the best option. And, I even talked to my son about that. But anyway, I don't want to get caught up too much in that. But I want to talk about interracial relationships. It's growing, right? I got a couple videos to show you. One's just a commercial, and one's about rising mixed race marriages in the South. Okay, I've shown this video before in the past, but I think this would be a good one to show again. I love the video, and it shows, you know, two couples, interracially. It shows a white man and a black woman, and a black guy and a white woman, and it just shows where we're going as a nation. And actually, the world is opening up their options, right? But, not too long ago, we're segregated. Now our options are open. Now we're integrated, you know, and you can't stop it, because even if you want to stay race loyal, even if you want to stay within your race, you have kids that have their mind their own, they're going to open up their options. One of them's going to, your grandkids. Look, we're all people in this world. We're all people, and we need to embrace each other and love each other like God would have us do. And if we should have the right to have whatever preference we want, black, white, Asian, whatever. That's our human right. That's our God-given right to choose whatever woman us as men want to be with, if as long as she accepts us, and vice versa. I believe that. I don't think we should be told who we can be attracted to, who we can date, who we can marry based on them looking like us. To me, that is straight up stupidity. Okay? Now, if you're attracted to your own race, that's nothing wrong with that. I'm not saying that's dumb. I'm just saying being told you got to think a certain way is dumb. Okay? But anyway, let me put up here real quick, guys. I want to put up the copyright disclaimer. Okay. All right. This is the copyright disclaimer. Okay. And we're going to use these videos to for education. We're going to use it for commentary, for opinions, and we're going to use it to have a little fun. Maybe we get a little bit educated on this. Maybe we can learn something, and that's what it's all about, right? And that's the copyright disclaimer. You can read it. Copyright disclaimer of under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. That copyright disclaimer under 107 of the Copyright Act 1976, allowances made for fair use purposes, such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, etc., educational purposes. Okay, so we can learn something. So we can have our opinions and our commentary on this issue. And we all have it, right? So go ahead and take a look at that for a minute. Go ahead and read it. If I take it off and you didn't read it, you could rewind and go back to it. Okay. But I'm going to go ahead and take that down. Okay. The first thing I'm going to show is a commercial. It's a interracial couple. It's a Hyundai commercial. It's advertising a car. So I'm giving Hyundai free advertisement on my channel. But it's an interracial couple. Looks cute. That's our future, guys. That's what we're living today.
Buddy.
Yum, yum.
Okay, let me start it from the beginning. You've seen it before.
Again, Mom.
It's raining.
Come to party.
Yum, yum, yum.
Mommy, I spilled.
Oh, no.
When are we gonna be there?
We're here. You coming?
I need 1 second.
Find new adventures together in the new Santa Fe with user profiles.
Okay, so go get you a new Santa Fe. Okay, but hey, that's the future, right? That's what we see a lot of times, right? Interracial couples, and cute looking family, I would say. I think it's actually a family. Sometimes they'll do commercials where they're not really a family, but I think they are. Because if you look at the man and woman, the kids look just like their parents. I mean, it's amazing. So I think that's really a interracial family. But this is a beautiful thing. We should embrace that. We should promote that. Team Honda, LOL. Yeah, I like Honda cars. They're nice. But thank you so much, Miss Tish Posh Page, for the $10 super chat. Thank you so much. Just dropping by to show a little love, peace, and good vibes. Thank you so much. God, I appreciate that. I really do. Thank you so much. I'm humbled by that. Thank you. I do appreciate it. And when you guys do that, the money that goes in, I use it for equipment in the show. But I appreciate that. You don't have to do that. That's just awesome. But I'm humbled and I'm very thankful, Miss Tish Posh Page. Thank you so much. Good. Yeah. Peace and vibes. I'm feeling pretty good. And, showing a little love, embracing interracial relationships, and I'm all for it. Well, I'm in an interracial marriage, so of course I'm in on it. Of course I support it, and it's a blessing. And my wife is such a blessing. I love her so much, and gosh, But I love seeing interracial couples. I do. I like to see, interracial marriage. I like to see that. I like to see their families together and being happy, coming together with love. We got too much hate in this world. And when we can love each other and we look different race, different culture, different ethnicities, and we come together with pure love and it works, that's a beautiful thing. I think that's what God wants us to do. Love each other, and uplift each other. you know. But thank you for the super chat. I appreciate that. I really do. And God bless you, Miss Tish Posh Page. Thank you so much. I'm very grateful. I am. Um, okay, so you like the Hyundai commercial? Some people are saying Team Honda, Team Ram for Corey. Uh, I'm gonna go with Ford. I like Mustangs. You know, uh, I need to get me a, you know, what's that? Interracial couples, families are also popular in banking commercials. Yes, you know, and let me tell you a secret. When it comes to black women, white men, you see a lot of that in banking commercials or investment commercials because interracially, when I talk about the power couple, economically, we're the power couple too. We usually do uh, much better than our counterparts. Not saying they can't do good, but I'm just saying statistically, we do better. Black women, white men, we're strategic, and we don't do it as often, but when we do, a lot of times we put it together, and you know, and my life is a testament of that. I mean, my wife has brought out the very best in me, and gosh, just I love her so much I can't fail. That's but yeah, thanks so much for the happy anniversary, guys. Um okay, I want to show you this video, and it's from the New York Times, and it's a documentary. It's on mixed race couples in the South. And I've shown it before on another live stream a while back, but I'm going to show it again. I'm kind of recycling this, but I want to talk about it. It's a beautiful video, and it shows our future moving forward. It really does. Okay, let me go ahead and add it.
Don't flop over.
Sorry. Okay, shout out to New York Times for this video. I've used it before. It's a beautiful video, and it shows interracial couple with biracial kids and stuff. It's got two couples. It's really nice. Go ahead and show
it. Don't flop over. Oh, Lord. All right, that's enough funny time.
Sorry, my things. I muted myself. Mixed race marriages in the South. It's growing in the South. Well, it's growing all over the place. But this is a documentary on it. Let's go ahead and continue.
The way that we're teaching them is black and white. You're both black, white. You're just right. And they like that. They always smile. I do love it.
New numbers from the 2010 census show that the nation's mixed-race population is growing more quickly than demographers expected. Mississippi led the nation in growth of mixed marriages for most of the last decade. It is surprising, considering that just 44 years ago, marriage between blacks and whites was illegal here.
Okay, let me stop it there. Did they say Mississippi leads in mixed race couples? Interesting. If you know the history of Mississippi and segregation, and yeah, I mean that's interesting. I think it's a good thing though. There's been some racist history in that state. I mean, well, many states. I'm not picking on Mississippi, but what I'm saying is they're leading the way now. Wow. Interesting. But it kind of makes sense. There's a lot of black people in Mississippi, a lot of white people, opening up their options where people were, with racism and all the stuff, the sins of the past. Maybe we could come together and love one another. I think we can, but let's go ahead and continue.
Why didn't get in that one?
Because he wanted regular lemonade. He didn't want raspberry.
Michael and Sonja Peoples live in Hattiesburg, Mississippi with their 2 sons, 5-year-old Gannon and 3-year-old Riley. They met while students at the University of Southern Mississippi and have been married for 4 years.
And we just started going out and
Just clicked.
Okay, two people that love each other, power couple. They met in college, right? Awesome. And they live in Mississippi, and they're a mixed race couple. That's awesome. Um, it. I've been down south. My brother lives in Georgia, and I've seen a lot of mixed race couples down south. You know, um, things are changing. The tide is turning. People are opening up their options, and this couple did. And hey, I apologize. The other couple is a black man and an Asian woman. I said white woman, but they'll talk about them too, because that's part of our future too. You know. But let's continue.
I will have to say this about Hattiesburg. It's a lot more diverse and open as far as you being able to be whoever you are, whether it's black, white, gay, it doesn't really matter. You want a straw?
No.
Okay.
I think it might have something to do with it being a college
The
town.
college.
I think younger people are more
Open-minded, for
adjusted
sure.
to seeing mixed families. And
Okay, I'm going to stop it right there. He said younger people are more open. He is right. I'm 52 years old. I'm my generation is Gen X, right? We kind of, baby boomers kind of started it, you might say, and we kind of kicked open the door, and then the millennials are just flooding it. Um, but yeah, more younger people are more open to it. Um, More so as time goes by, more important people accept interracial relationships. They're more open to it. In today's world and today's generation, millennials, I think they're just looking for love and someone that loves them, and that's what we should do. That's what I was looking for, and I just happen to have love for black women, even though people out there told me I couldn't do that and I couldn't feel that way. Oh well, that's their problem. I'm living my life. But younger people are more accepting of it. They're not caught up in that race loyal thing. They just want to be happy and in love. And you can have whatever preference you want. Why not? Anyway, let's continue.
more open to it. Hey.
Here we come again.
While the community of Hattiesburg has, for the most part, been accepting of Michael and Sonja's marriage, Michael feels his mother has struggled with it.
It hurts. I don't even want to talk about it.
He says his relationship with his mother has been up and down since he married Sonja. In November, they had a falling out and have not spoken since.
She's scared to cross over that line and say, Mike's married to a black girl, they have 2 kids. Of course, they're mixed.
Yes.
Okay, let me stop right there. I want to talk about this. He's having problems with his mom accepting it. And here's the thing: why should she have a problem? She's a beautiful young lady. She looks like a good mom. She loves him. They're happy, a happy family, right? They're married. They're doing their thing. Um, I don't get it. I mean, be happy for them. They're coming together. They could be hating each other. They could be, you know, I mean, I think this is progress. I think this is a beautiful thing. And, these are both college educated people, a man and a woman coming together, but we're going to have a problem because they're different skin tones. And, I never had a problem with my mother and father with me, you know, marrying my wife, Sandy. Um, my grandmother, both my grandmothers, on the other hand, had an issue with it. Um, they never said I couldn't do it. Well, they don't have that authority anyway, but they did have a problem with it. They couldn't understand why I didn't find a white woman to marry, why I didn't find some pretty blonde-headed girl. That's what my grandmother said. I'm like, but you deal with that, right? And you're going to deal with that in an interracial marriage. You're going to have family members that don't like it, and so-called friends. Um, but when it's your mom, it does hurt because you want your parents to accept it. You could deal with an uncle or a cousin that don't like it, but your immediate family, yeah, it does hurt. But hey, they love each other more than their family and friends and all that, because this man, the most important person in this man's family is his wife. Okay, and her, the most important person is her husband. So this couple will get through that, but it does hurt. Yes. Let's continue.
Okay.
I think she's just scared. She's scared to find out what other people think when they might not even think anything of it. So.
Parade begins. Awesome.
Patty and Jeff Norwood also live in Hattiesburg with their 3-year-old Taylor Ray.
My family was a little concerned living in South Mississippi at first, but that's just because of the ignorance that hopefully this will change.
My dad was a little bit more leery than my mom just because of the history of what have happened to black men that like white women or lighter skinned women, and that, there's been a lot of history in Mississippi and other places. But Patty and I had gotten to a point to where it didn't matter whether he was leery or not leery. And when he realized that, then he had no problems.
This is my mom, this is my grandmother, and me.
Patty is Thai and Chinese on her mother's side and Irish on her father's.
I think my parents did a really good job of making me very proud of being.
Okay, so this couple here, he's black and well, I guess she is white because she got Irish and Thai and Chinese. So she's mixed race herself. Some will say, well, there's only black and white, mixed ethnicity, whatever. But they're coming together. They're mixed race. This is the future, guys. Black men they interracially date and marry out twice as much as black women do. And we see this all the time. This has been the norm for so long. Now we're seeing black women open up their options. And and this is our future, guys. This is not just our future. This is our time right now. This is happening and it's increasing every day. It is. So should we hate these people because they're dating people of another race or marrying? I think we should just leave them alone, let them live their life and embrace them. If they found true love, hey, that's what we want, right? Regardless of the package it comes in. Let's continue.
Asian and also being white, and them introducing me to the whole culture of both sides of it. You close your eyes. I think we try to do that with her, that she's very blessed to be able to say that she is part me and part him, and neither one is more important than the other.
I come to pick you up and take you to church. There you go. It's time to go to church.
The Sunday gathering at the Norwoods Neighborhood Church, Grace Temple Ministries, is a contradiction to Dr. Martin Luther King's famous quote, 11 o'clock Sunday morning is the most segregated hour in America.
It's just a melting pot of...
Okay, that quote that Martin Luther King said, Sunday morning's the most segregated time in America, that's been true. It has. Because sad to say, being a Christian, that we can't accept people that don't look like us, it is horrible. That's a sin within itself, because when we're born again as Christians, and I'm a Christian, we're born in the family of God. There is no more race and different. We're all part of the same family: black, white, Chinese, Hispanic, Arabs, whatever, Jewish. Once we become Christian, we're born of the family of God. We are children of Christ now. And why would we not let other children of Christ be in our house of worship? I'm just saying. Now it's opened up, but it's still a bit segregated when it comes to church. Why is that? Is it because people don't reach out to other people that are different? I'm just saying. And to be fair, sometimes if it's an all black neighborhood or all white, yeah, that's what you're going to get, you know. But what I'm saying is when you live in a community that has different groups of people, you should be reaching everybody, you know. Once we're, and church should not be a segregated moment. It should not. You know, we're trying to, as Christians, we're trying to be Christ-like and save souls, right? We can't save souls. God does that, right? We just lead people to the Lord, right? But we should want everybody to be part of the family of God. There should not be no segregation when it comes to church, when it comes to Christianity. It shouldn't happen at all. You reach everybody. Okay? It's and that's a sad quote. Martin Luther King said that. Most segregated time. It shouldn't be. Because that's when we come to the Lord and we want to be Christ-like, then okay, why are we with people that just look like us? Just saying. Okay. That's my thought on that. But I mean, if it's a neighborhood, that's all you got. That's all you got. You can't judge people on that. But if you got different groups of people and you keep it segregated to one group, that's not right. Anyway, before I get preaching, let's go ahead and continue.
Backgrounds.
It has been a blessing to be at that church and to have Reverend Dwayne Higginson as our leader. He just makes it feel very comfortable.
We spend too much time worrying about our physical appearance and the physical appearance of others. One of the reasons that our relationships don't go as deeply as they should is that we are so aware of how we look and how others look. We feel evaluated by those around us for our skin color and our dress and our weight or our gender.
Okay, I'm going to stop it right there. He is right. We're so focused on how people look, how their skin color, how they dress, their weight. As people, we are pretty cruel. We really are. We're mean to each other. We really are. We judge people how they look, how they talk, how they dress, we do it all the time. And I think if we were one race, we would still be hating each other. It's just the sinful nature of humans. It just is. But I like seeing that church. There's black people, white people, different people. So I mean that's the way it's supposed to be. And especially we live in the same nation. Why are we going to be segregated in our own country? I mean seriously. What would it solve for us to be race loyal and not accept other people? So we can hate each other and be at odds, be rivals with each other. We still got to live together. We're stuck with each other. This is our home, and I don't look at it as race. I look at it as nationality. I'm an American. That's what I am. I don't look at it where I originated from, because to be honest, we all originated from the same place. We all came from Adam and Eve, right? So we are the same race. There is not different races. There are different nations, but we came from the same place. We are the human race. We are people. Point blank. And you can have a preference who you want to be with, and you can find character in people of different colors. I found a lot of character in black women. That's why I love black women so much, because they have a big heart. They got a lot of character. Black women are resilient and they're loving. And that's what I love about them. That's why I'm married to a black woman, because I seen it. My eyes were open. It would have been so easy to marry a white woman because they're all over. They're all around my neighborhood. where I grew up. But I saw something in black women. I saw something special. I saw something that was awesome, something I fell in love with. And that's okay. And if a black guy finds something in a white woman and really loves her, hey, more power to you. I'm all for it. Love is a beautiful thing that comes from God. We need to embrace it. We need to encourage it. But anyway, let's go ahead and continue.
If you hold that baby in your hand and she's mixed and you got a problem with the black part of her, and you got some other issues that you got to deal with.
The boss.
All right, get it, Riley.
I can't one fast.
Not fast. You gotta push the people aside that are bringing you down and worry about the most important people. Is that your kids and the person that you're with? All right. Come here. Love you.
All right. Okay. Hey, a lovely video, right, guys? And shout out to New York Times for putting that together. That is a beautiful video. It really is. And you got two families, right, coming together. And these families married each other. They're in the traditional nuclear family, man, woman, and children. And you could tell these people love each other, and that's what we need to focus on. We need to embrace that. Uh, I'm telling you. Why would we try to destroy that? Why would we try to destroy because that woman married the guy that don't look like me or vice versa? We're caught up in that silliness. Why would we they look happy, right? Their kids are happy, right? I mean, why would we even that to me was like, hey, that's how it should be. And like I said, guys, and you know, I don't want to get in the racial thing, but I've heard people say, well, you're white. We didn't choose to be here. Well, I didn't choose to be here either. I was born how I was born. We didn't choose that. But we're here together. And guess what? You know, we can either, have problems with each other, hate each other, or we can love each other and move forward. We're here together. You know, we're, you know, and when God opens your eyes, you see the beauty in people. You don't just see color. Oh well, she don't look like me, so I can't be with her. No, what you could really see beauty. And you know what? And when you're open your heart to God, you see people for who they are as people. You see value in people. And you just want to be happy. And these two families living in Mississippi, that's amazing. 20, 30, 40, 50 years, these people for doing what they did would have been sent to meet their maker. They would have been found in a river somewhere. You know what I'm saying? They would have been some bad things would have happened to these people in Mississippi back in the day. I'm just saying. And but now they can live together and they can be married. And I'm sure they still get hate. I'm sure there's still people that have a problem with their relationship, their marriage, but they can live together and have a family. They can be happy. And that's what it's all about. Um, and I've heard about Mississippi. I've seen documentaries on how interracial marriages are booming in Mississippi. Yeah. They're increasing in every state. Even if you don't see it that much, it's happening. Um, it is. And and it should happen that way. I'm all for. Look, I don't like segregation. I don't. Segregation's evil. We shouldn't separate ourselves. And here's the thing. Whenever we did segregate in our country, one group had it better than the other. They did, right? And they tried to mask it with separate but equal. No, that's a bunch of crap. One's always going to have better than the other. And you know, but we need to integrate. I believe it. I don't mean just eating at the same lunch counter and being able to go in the same restaurant. I mean integrate fully, having families together, marrying each other, becoming one nation under God, and regardless of the color of who we are or what we look like, we need to embrace each other, love each other. And you know what? If that black woman marries a white guy, pray for her, make sure she's happy. If that black man marries that white woman, pray that they actually found love and it's not no fetishization or no lust thing. And if they found true love, we should embrace it. Because bottom line is, and I've heard people say, well, if we mix race, black people are going to disappear, and the white supremacists, well, white people are going to be gone. And who cares? We'll go back to the original man, because Adam and Eve had all our DNA, every one of us that live today. And I think the original man and woman didn't look like us today. I think they had probably like a brownish complexion because they had everybody's DNA. That's what I believe. So, and we all came from that. So actually, we come together, we're going to go back to that. What's the problem? I'm just saying. I mean, what's the issue? I mean, do you believe that your color is superior? Do you believe your race is superior than everybody else? If you don't, then you don't care what your kids look like. You don't care what your grandkids look like. All you care about is that they find love. All you care about is they find happiness. All you care about is they're successful and God blesses them. That's all you care about. I'm just saying. So when I see interracial couples, I embrace it. I think it's a beautiful thing. And when they find true love and their marriages work, God bless them. And that's a beautiful thing. And we need to see that. Because regardless of who you're with, it don't matter. As long as you love each other and find true love. And it might be, you might be a white man that loves white women. That's okay. That don't mean you're racist. Or black people that love black people. That's great too. But what about the ones that are attracted to other groups of people? What about the white guys that love black women, or black women that love white guys, or Hispanic guys, or Asian, or whatever? You go where you're loved. You go where you want to go. Because when it comes down to it, we're one race. We're people. When it comes down to it, God created us all. And you know what? We need to come together in love and marriage. That's what it's all about. Because some woman looks like me ain't going to make her the best wife for me. You know what I mean? It just means she looks like me. So what? Anyway, kind of getting wrapped up in something else. But here's the future. That is the future. And I like seeing this. When I go out in town and I see mixed couples, I'm all for it. I think it's neat. I think it's a good thing. I think it's a blessing. And anyway, but that was a good video. New York Times put together a nice video, and I'm glad I got to use it to show you guys. This is the second time I've shown it, but it is uplifting. It is. You can tell that the kids in both couples love their parents. You can tell they're happy, right? That's what it's all about. I know with me and my wife, our kids were happy. We miss those family times when they were little kids. I just and when they come visit us, we embrace it. Me and Sandy, we do. We cherish that. It's a blessing to us because we're only on this earth for a little bit of time. For one moment in time, we got to make the best of it. And embrace those moments. Embrace the marriage. Embrace when you have children, grandchildren, and you see your family grow. That's a blessing from God. You read in the Bible and God tells men that, I will bless you. I will spread your seed around. That, there will be, and that's a good. Your family's growing. That's a beautiful thing. You know, that's what it's all about. You know, and but in this crazy, wicked, disgusting world, we're worried about. Oh, she's dating that guy that he's a different race. Oh my God. And is she happy? Is he happy? Are they hurting you? Are they? I mean, seriously. Yeah, no one is born racist. That's right, J9. No one is born racist. That's right. If you put children together, do they fight with each other because they look different? I don't think children even realize they look different. They just know they're children. They're just playing with each other, having fun. The only thing a child cares about is that they have a friend to play with. Think about it. It's simple, it's innocent, but when we grow up and get older, we get stupid. Oh, don't mess with them. They're weird over there. Really? No, you're the weirdo. I mean, yeah, racism's taught. It's a learned behavior. It is. Um, because if you grow up in together, you're not told that that other person's a weirdo or bad. You end up becoming friends. You end up growing together, growing up together. You end up, marrying each other. And let me tell you guys, I watch documentaries, and I'll show you this one that it's a housing complex in Pennsylvania in the 1950s. I've shown that before. I'll probably bring that up again. But people that want segregation, you know what their biggest fear was? It was their kids playing with other kids and seeing each other equally and marrying each other later on. It's amazing. Why do you think racist people don't want their kids playing with kids of a different race or different ethnic group? Because they know that if they play together, they become friends, they'll look at each other as equal, and they'll end up marrying each other. And guess what's happening? Interracial relationships is growing, is it not? Because people are starting to, you know, develop friendships and relationships. And guess what? They find out, you know what? We're people. And they fall in love with people that don't look like them. And that's a good thing. That's a blessing. You know? I'm just saying. But this was a good video. But interracial relationships is on the rise. And those of you that want to be, segregated and want to be race loyal, whether it's black, white, Chinese, or whatever, I'm telling you something. Your kids and grandkids are going to choose their own way. And you know what? You can't fight it. The best thing you can do is just embrace it and make sure they choose the right man or woman that loves them. That's what's important anyway, not what they look like. Some people have told me, "Well, don't you want your kids to look like your grandparents?" No. If I did, I'd clone my grandparents. I'm just that to me, that's just pride within your own race. And you get that pride going, you think you're better than the other group. But if you look at yourself as just another person and we're all in this together as people, you won't even care what that other person looks like. I'm just saying. But you know what? This video is a beautiful thing. You see two families together, and you know what? They didn't just have relationships and have kids and just date. No, they married each other. They did it the way they're supposed to. The men in this video, the two men, they married the women they're in love with and they had kids. That's what we're supposed to do. So that's a beautiful thing in itself. Um anyway, I'm going to drop the link. If you guys do want to come on, you can. Um if not, that's fine also. Um but I'm going to put it out there. And another thing, guys, I think interracial relationships is a blessing. I think we kind of need it in a way. I'm not saying everybody has to do it, but the people that find love with outside the race, let them get married, let them love each other and embrace them. Maybe we can learn to love each other instead of hate each other because we don't look alike. Maybe Sunday morning when we go to church, it won't be the most segregated time of our life. Maybe we could do that, right? And that statement, what's that say about Christianity? Does God tell us to be segregated? I mean, does he tell us go out and tell the word of God just only to people that look like you? Or does he say tell everybody? Serious. So we should include everybody when it comes to the word of God. We're all people. We all have a soul. And yeah, Erlinda, God is about love. God is love. So we need to reach everybody. Don't we want everybody to get to heaven, everybody to be in the family of God? And I'm speaking as a Christian. Um, you know, uh, no wedding, no womb. That's right. And it should be that way. If you don't love that woman enough to marry her, you should not lay down with her. You should not touch her if you're not willing to marry her. That's straight up. If you can't marry her, you don't touch her. I'm just saying. Because you touch her, it's not love, it's lust. And you're going to destroy yourself and you're going to destroy her too. Um Oh, hey Corey.
Good
How's
evening,
it
Brent. How you doing?
how's it going? I
Oh, it's going good.
Yeah, I had a change. I was supposed to have a special guest, and we're going to talk about the power of black women, white men, the power couple. And something happened that didn't go. So I kind of changed the show at the last minute. And
Hmm.
I want to talk about interracial couples. It's the future. Um,
Well, first of
and
all, how was your doctor's visit?
it was good. It was good. my body's getting more imbalanced. It's since I have my tumor, it threw everything out of whack. So um
Mm.
since it was removed, my body's adjusting. It's getting back to normal. My thyroid is getting back to where it needs to be. Because there for a time my weight was fluctuating so crazy. I would go from skinny to fat in no time. It was like I didn't know which me was going to happen. And
Oh, wow.
yeah, and that tumor affected me in so many ways. So I'm adjusting, and my body's starting to settle down. I'm starting to lose some weight. I'm starting to get to where I need to be. And
Hmm.
my cholesterol's way down. It's looking good. My labs look really good, and I've been juicing too. I mean, I haven't changed my diet, but I juice. Um, I,
Mm.
I I got the idea of if I could put more good in my body, I'll put less bad. You might say. Um,
Sure.
somebody told me to do it that way. Well, the doctor said. He says, you know what? You can't really go cold turkey. You're not going to become a vegetarian. Just, you know what? Put more good in your body than bad and make it more of a way of life so you can adjust. Because once you
Hmm.
change your diet and go hard one way than the other, he said a lot of people fail because they can't, it's hard to adjust. But if you do it gradually and, you know, you don't have to change your diet, just put more good stuff in your body. And
Sure.
I've been going with that philosophy, and it's done wonders with my labs. I've lost a lot of weight. I've once I got that tumor out, and things have been going good. My daughter's got the same tumor, and she just gave birth, so they're going to see what they're going to do with that. It's not as big as mine was, so that's encouraging. But yeah, unfortunately, my poor daughter's going through the same thing I did, and
Mm.
they couldn't do nothing because she was pregnant. So, but now that she gave birth, and once her body heals, that's what they're waiting for, so they can see what they're going to do, and hopefully, medication will shrink it enough to where they don't have to go in and take it out like they had to do with mine.
Hmm.
Um, but
Yep. We need you strong and healthy.
yeah, I mean, I feel better too, and and I'm telling you guys, juicing it's a wonderful thing. It is because you're blending up vegetables and fruit, and you're putting it in your body, and when it's in liquid form, your body absorbs it, and it takes all those, and see, it's natural food. It comes from the earth, vegetables, fruit. um there's nothing processed in it. A lot of times we eat like frozen foods, and it's got preservatives and all kinds of crap in there, and it's not good for our bodies. It's not. But when you throw vegetable, and I do, hey, I throw cucumbers, I throw carrots, celery, spinach, carrots, and I just find whatever I can, and just to deal with the taste, I'll put some bananas and some oranges and maybe some pineapples, and I feel better during the day, and I don't eat as much because I'm filling my body with good stuff. Now I still do eat junk food every once in a while, but I'm juicing every day, so I'm putting that good stuff in.
Hmm.
So and I still like to eat a steak dinner. But I do that on the weekends, once a week. Because red meat, it's hard for your body to digest. In fact, I've kind of went to like leaner meats, chicken and fish, and it's easier for your body to digest.
Yeah.
Um, but I still do eat a steak, but I do it once a week. That way my body can break it down. Because you do it every day, it's like, wow.
Yeah.
It
You're not
just sits
supposed to
in your
do it every
body.
day. You're supposed to get the fiber in too.
Yeah, and your body needs to be cleaned out. And that's what's good about the fiber. It keeps you, we say regular, right? It flushes out all the bad because once the body takes all the vitamins and nutrients from the food, it's got to get rid of the garbage, right?
Hmm.
And
Yep.
you want it out of your body, and your body feels better. Um, but anyway, I don't know what that's got to do with the interracial marriages, but
Well, I was just curious about your doctor visits. I know you had two of them today.
yeah, I did, and they went well. They really
Mhm.
did. I'm making progress on this, and I'm feeling better. And my pants are starting to. I have to wear a belt now, so I mean that's a good sign. So I might have to, go buy some more clothes, but that's okay. And my jerseys are really getting baggy. I mean, so
Yeah, uh, things change.
yeah, but yeah, but anyway, I just wanted to talk about interracial relationships because that is the future. And you know, and we need to embrace it instead of fighting it, instead of putting people down that find love within different people. Um, and me and my wife, we're going to do a show together here in the near future. We're going to talk about biracial kids, and I got a video that talks about biracial children and stuff. Some are adults and they tell their story. Um, how they deal with life and how certain people treat them and stuff. And me and my wife, we're experiencing that. We got three biracial kids, so we want to kind of talk about that and how we can embrace our biracial kids and lift them up and make them feel good about themselves, not make them feel better than anybody else. No, we don't want to do that. But they're people too. And I hate when people say, "Well, you can't be white cuz you're only half and you can't be black cuz you're biracial." And who cares? I mean, seriously? I
Brent,
mean, here's the thing. You know what's crazy about this? We do ancestry, right? And I see white people do this, right? They'll be like, "Oh, well, I'm French," and they got like 30% French in them. Like, okay, that's a part of you, but we let them claim that, right? So why
yeah,
wouldn't we let someone that's half black and half white decide to be called whatever they want to be?
yeah, I'm so mixed up. I'm an American mutt, so it don't matter.
Yeah, I mean, but we're going to talk about that. But like our kids, me and Sandra, our kids, they don't really care. They just, hey, we are who we are. They don't try to.
Well, you should be proud where you come from.
Yeah, I mean, you got, and that's what we always train our kids. You got two families that love you. Don't lift one up over the other. We never wanted to have that. We didn't want
Mm.
them to favor one group over the other. You know, just
Well, yeah,
love your
because
family.
that would turn into self-hatred.
Yeah, it would, because half of who you are, you hate because you love the other half better. You're right,
Mm.
and we never
Yeah, that's
wanted
not
them
good.
to go there.
Do you
Um,
remember that movie, Hidalgo, about the horse,
Hidalgo?
and the rider?
Mm, I don't think I've seen it.
He was half Sioux. His mama was a Sioux Indian,
Oh, okay.
and he hid that. He, portrayed himself as white,
Oh, okay.
and he actually delivered the orders to Wounded Knee, where everybody got,
Oh
you know,
gosh.
and but those were his people.
Mm.
It was, yeah,
Oh, that's yeah.
it's quite the
Uh,
story.
yeah, that the wounded knee thing. If oh, the stuff that happened there was just ungodly, unthinkable stuff. And
Yeah, that was savage,
yeah, that was just
barbaric.
brutal. Yeah, I mean I've studied history and um violence, racial violence and stuff, and oh my God, I'm just like, wow. I can't even comprehend how people can do that to other people.
Yeah, how they
Um,
carried it out. That's
yeah,
beyond me.
yeah, I mean, m- not just men, but women and children, and oh, yeah,
Yeah, it'd take an animal to do that.
yeah,
And
that, yeah. I mean,
I mean, I'm blood related to Tlingit Indian in Alaska and Yurok down here in Oregon, California. So
oh,
it's
okay.
it's kind of yeah. Oof. Well, and Dominican. That was a recent addition. My
Yeah.
nephew, my nephew and his little girl.
J10 said something. A lot of people that are mixed, black and white, identify black. Actually, all of them I've ever met do. And
Hmm.
yeah, and here's the thing with that. Most people do. Um, but this came from white supremacy. How people that were of mixed race back in the day, um, they would classify them as black because they're not purely white anymore. And that's how it started. And it's sad that we would neglect our children because there are, of two racial groups, but we did it. And a lot of white blood flows through black communities. It does. There's a lot. And if you do DNA tests with white people and black people, you'll find black people have a lot more European than white people have African descent. That's a fact. And the reason
Hmm.
is because we threw our children to the wayside because they were mixed race. Instead
Hmm.
of just embracing them as our children, and that's why most identify with black, because society told them you're no longer white, you're black now, and they'd push them aside. And I've seen some black people use it like, okay, well, they'll say, okay, well, if you're mixed race, you're black, like somehow that's a superior thing. Well, and like Umar Johnson would say, well, if you're with black and white, you're black. Well, no, you got DNA from both groups. You know, um, there's some genes that dominate over others. But you still got the genetic information from both parents. You still got, you
Hmm.
know,
I like
but
the when they did the genealogy and found that
uh,
everybody came from one woman. And being a Christian, that would have been Eve. Well, she would have had the
yeah,
identical DNA of Adam.
hmm yeah, because she came
So
from his rib.
yeah.
So yeah, we all came from that. So if you believe in the Bible
Yep.
and what it says, we're not mixed race. We're not. We just got
No,
different genetic traits. We're all human beings. We're one race.
some of us
Um,
just have a better tan than others.
yeah.
Me, I can play Marco Polo on a snowbank. I mean, built-in camouflage in snow country.
Yeah. Well, for some reason we do better in colder climates with less sun. But you know
Hmm.
what's amazing? I heard some guys say that. You know how scientists they get and say, okay, white people are in colder climates, so they don't get as much sun, so their skin is lighter, so it absorbs whatever sun rays we can get for our vitamin D. And Africa, it's more of a tropical climate, more warmer because people are darker. Logically, it makes sense, but here's my thing. Um, you know, God doesn't do everything logical how we look at it. Because if you look at like in Alaska, the Eskimos and stuff, they didn't turn white. They're still dark complected with brown hair and black eye. I mean brown eyes and black hair, right? And I mean some guy, some I guess he was a scientist. He says after 4 generations you start changing. I'm like, no
Oh
way,
yeah,
because I got 4 generations in New Mexico where we get more than 300 days of sunshine,
uh-huh.
and I'm as white as my great grandfather that came over, and
That
nothing
scientist
changed.
is that scientist is distilling whiskey in the back corner of his room
Yeah,
too, writing down a thesis.
But I mean, that's just something I look at. I'm like, really? No, God made us how we are,
You know,
and
Brett, what
yeah,
I believe, I think it was the
what?
Tower of Babel.
Well, yeah,
It drove because everybody's language changed.
yeah, and
I mean,
that's where you get different nations and stuff.
yeah, that's really
Yeah,
what separated us.
and I think of the Bible, and I think Noah's three sons, and if you study it, you could figure out which one of the sons you descended from, right? We know that Ham was in Africa, Egypt, so black people are descendants from Ham. Um, Shem, he was like Middle Eastern or Far East, like Asian. Arabs
Hmm.
came from Shem. I think the Jews came from Shem. And,
Hmm.
and then Japheth was considered the father of the Europeans. So, and you can like follow it where they went, and it makes sense because those are the three races of men. But and here's the thing that ties us together. Um, they were all brothers. They all had the same mother and father. So how can we
Yeah,
be a different race? I mean, if you're looking at it biblically, how can
it's
we?
impossible.
It is impossible. Um, but
Yeah, it's just impossible. Yeah, I was telling J10 I started
yeah,
to formulate another poem, and
uh-huh,
I had to stop because it was drifting off into beyond the Song of Solomon.
uh-huh.
It was too much for the show. There's no way I could read it in public. Yeah, interesting. I saved that one for the archives and hide it away.
Yeah. Yeah, Ham is the father of black people, yes. Yeah.
Yeah, could you imagine if the brother that went and created the Northern Europeans, if he would have went to Africa, I mean, all the white people would have went poof in the sun.
We've been getting sunburned like crazy. Yeah. So maybe God put us in Europe because he knew we couldn't handle that.
Oh, no way.
Well, I think we would have figured it out, get a big hat and try to stay out of the sun as much as possible. But
It
you
would
know
be
what
it would
though?
be nocturnal.
But but you know what though? We don't just burn up. People think white people just no, we actually have defense from the sun. That's why we get a tan because our skin gets darker to protect us from the sun rays. Um, but we are more susceptible to skin cancer and stuff like that because
Oh yeah,
yeah, I there is only one race, the human race. That's right.
that's a fact. Amen.
Yep, yep. So when we say mixed race or interracial, we're actually lying. we're we're just people that look different marrying each other, different skin tones. Hey,
Yeah,
maybe we should call it different skin tone marriages.
oh, I'm not going to say that.
Right?
Oh,
Yeah, we
it's
don't need
bad
to go
enough
there
trying to
with
figure
that.
out all the pronouns everybody wants you to call them now.
Yeah, yeah. But
Hmm.
that's our future, and you know, and and I think when God opens your eyes, you see beauty in different people. And like I said, when I talk about black women, I've seen character and beauty in black women. I have. I
Yeah.
fell in love with black women by how loving and caring they are and how they conduct themselves. Are there some mean black women? Oh, sure there is. But in general, I found black women to be pleasant. And 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 I don't hate white women. I don't. I mean, I love Becky. We've been together since the Caucasus Mountains, and I say, I love you, but I like Keisha over here. I want her to come be with me. And she's unique. She's different.
Yep.
You know, and but anyway, I mean,
Difference is good.
difference is good. Yes, and why not? Why not embrace somebody that's different than you?
A
You know,
poetry
it's
session. Maybe when my mind goes back to PG. I think I've been single for a while.
yeah. Ugh.
Anyway,
Yeah, but I just wanted to show that video, and this is the future in America, guys. Um, we're in it together. We're stuck with each other, so we could either make the best of it or hate each other because we're different. I mean, the choice is ours.
hmm
Um, it really is, and I know, there's some sinful things that happened in the past. We don't have we have a horrible history. We do, but you know what? We're born here together, and we're different people. It's a different space and time. We're not the people of the past. Yeah, they might have been. We descended from them, but we didn't commit the sin they did. So, you know, I don't know. I just kind of think of it like, can we move forward? Just forgive me. I didn't do it, but forgive me, please. I love
hmm
you. It was-
hmm
um, we shouldn't forget the past because we can learn from it. So we don't. What do they say? You know, if you don't remember the past, you end up repeating it.
Yeah, I was over on Cullen Nanick's channel, and he had a show on there about uh, finding the right white guy.
Uh huh.
And I had to write the comment. I said, "Find the man that you can forgive, because no man is perfect."
Yeah.
I
Oh, he
mean,
he did a show on. He did a video on finding the white, white guy.
yeah, say that fast 5 times.
Yeah, I'm already tongue twisted on that. Hey, hey, ladies, find the right white guy.
Yeah,
Find the white guy.
yeah, you burp.
Yeah, I
You
I
burp.
messed that one up. Uh, find the good white guy. Let's go
Find
with
it.
that.
Yeah.
That's easier to say.
Well, yeah,
Uh,
because same goes for the a white man. You got to find that woman of whatever you're interested in, of wherever she's from.
yeah,
Find the one that you can forgive, regardless of what happens.
the
I mean,
yeah,
within reason.
yeah.
But
Hey,
if you can't forgive them, then you're in trouble.
the Caucasus Mountains. Did we originate from the Caucasus Mountains? What is that? I guess it's linked to Caucasian Caucasus Mountains.
Caucasus, that's up by, isn't that up by Russia, Germany somewhere?
I think isn't it close
Croatia?
to Europe and Asia somewhere?
Yeah, it's got to be up in there somewhere.
Yeah. I don't know if we came from there. Um, we came from Noah and his wife, which when the flood happened, we were the survivors, and the
hmm
three sons are the three colors of man. We're descendants of that. Uh,
hmm
so
Yeah,
I don't know.
I
Maybe we hung out there for a while. I don't know.
passed them through. Yeah, well, I say we traced our family name back to 1491 in Switzerland.
Oh wow.
That's the
You know,
farthest we could go back.
wow. I'm in the 1600s in Scotland with my father's. Uh,
Well, then you need a kilt for your jersey.
yeah. Well, here's the thing. Um, it, but it's back and forth from Ireland to Scotland. There's something going on there. Um, but yeah, I couldn't see wearing a kilt. I'm like, thank God we got rid of that tradition. No, I don't want to offend
Little too
nobody.
breezy.
I, I just can't see wearing one. And you know what's funny is I was looking on World War II. Um, when they were storming the beaches of Normandy, they had some Scottish soldiers wearing a kilt while in combat. I'm like, how do you do that? Like, should they
Yeah,
just keep
that's
that for ceremonial things? I don't know.
breaking into your Braveheart moment or something.
Yeah, right. Oh, I embraced that though. Braveheart was cool.
There you
He
go.
stood up to you know what? That guy, if you study the history of that, oh my God, at the time the English were dogging them out. The Scottish and the Irish. I
Bad.
mean, they were brutal, man. And
Hmm.
and this dude, he rose up and stood up against them, and that was like, you know, it was like they were just being so mistreated. It's like enough is enough. I mean, uh, yeah, but I saw that movie and my grandfather was like, "Yeah, we're part of that. Yeah, that's our heritage." I'm like, "Yeah, that's right." I was like, but yeah, I mean, but if you study the history, didn't he impregnated the queen and his child became king, didn't it?
Well, that's the movie, but in reality, that lady was only 3 years old.
Oh, is it? So it was a
Yeah, it
myth?
was it was artistic license on that. She was just a little girl when he was alive.
Oh, okay.
In the movie, yeah, they played it up,
Yeah, that was a good
but
that was
she
that
was
was
just a baby. Yeah, you got to figure. You had Braveheart,
mhm.
and where my family came from, they had skiing, chocolate, and volleyball girls.
Hey,
That was it.
where where's that? Sweden?
Switzerland.
Oh, Switzerland. Because I did my DNA and there's like Swedish descent and I can't find that when I study. Everything
Hmm.
makes sense except that. That's like they say there's a surprise when you do DNA. I guess that's my surprise. Because I've traced my family from England to Scotland to France and Germany and even the Netherlands. I found I just I figured it out, but Sweden, I'm like, where is it? Where'd that come in? But I guess it's close to Ireland and Scotland up north, maybe. I don't know.
Hmm.
People wandered around and, they hooked up with different people. So,
Yeah, they were pretty nomadic back in them days.
yeah.
Yeah, you traveled where the food was.
Yeah, you had to. I mean,
You know, the Vikings, they rolled around up there, so
oh, yeah, they were out and about. And didn't they come to America before Columbus did?
oh
They
yeah, they were
actually reached
clear
it.
across the upper northeast,
Yeah.
long before Columbus showed up in the islands down there.
Yeah. And Columbus never made, I mean, they say he's discovered America, but he wasn't even, well, he was in South America. He never made it to North America, did he? I
Yeah, it's just for the record books, I guess.
Yeah, I just whatever. I'm
But I've seen shows where they've proven that there were black adventurers that traveled from Africa to South America, the Olmec,
well, you
and
know what?
and they were there long before anybody else.
How would you explain the Aborigines in Australia? I mean, that's pretty far from Africa, really. Aren't they African descent?
I
I
would, yeah, I'm sure they are.
Yeah, how did they get that far? That's pretty amazing. And when I think about that, I'm like, I mean, that's quite a distance. But
Well, I
actually,
stopped believing in storks a long time ago.
yeah, I mean, it's
I should.
amazing what men have done. I mean, and I'm thinking Australia,
Have you
but
ever seen those sculpts or the carvings of the heads of the Olmec in South America?
uh,
Those are black folk.
yeah. So they were
I
roaming
mean,
around
they're
too. Yeah.
oh yeah, the Phoenicians were sailors, big
Okay.
time.
J9 says no, they're not Africans. They're not
Hmm.
the Aborigines. They didn't originate from Africa. I don't know. I mean, I guess I'm assuming because they look black, like black people. Um, you know, and maybe they're not. I don't know. Um, did they originate in Australia? I don't know. I'm just there's a few people that say they're not African. They are the original people. Okay, they might be. I don't know.
What is this? Hiding is still Heidi, or Heidi is still hiding in Switzerland.
What? Heidi is hiding in Switzerland.
The ladies are having fun in the chat. It looks hilarious.
Oh,
But anyway, yeah.
oh, so that Australian, Australian are
Aboriginal.
black. They're black, but they're from Australia. Is that right? I just assume. Sorry, sometimes you make an ass out of yourself when you assume things. I just did it. Sorry,
Well,
but
this is a show about interracial dating and marriage. We don't
yeah,
have exactly history.
yeah, yeah. It wasn't about history of different people, but it kind of is in a way, I guess. Uh,
Well, it's the history of us because we are people.
yeah, it is. Yeah. Um.
Yeah.
Donate the. Yeah, but
Hmm.
yeah, I'm just. This is what I see. I see the future interracial dating, interracial marriage. That is our future, guys. And I would say, you know what? Embrace it and focus on finding that person that's going to love you, that you can find
Hmm.
true love. Don't focus on what they look like, because once you do that, you I think really we muddy the waters, and we don't see it what God wants us to see, because once we start trying to be with someone that looks like us, and then I think we develop a pride within, and then we start thinking we're better than other people, and then I think what happens is we start having animosity towards other people unnecessarily, just because from that pride.
Yeah,
uh
it's toxic. Pride is
it
very
is.
toxic.
And that's how racism, I believe, began. A group of people proud in who they are, they start to believe they're superior, and then they start
Hmm.
having animosity towards other people, and they start actually hating other people, and it creates a toxic mess when we're just people. uh
Hmm.
I know, girl, I get discount with my gas card. Okay. I don't know what that means, but yeah,
They're
but
having fun.
I think we need to embrace that. You know what? If you're a black woman and you want to date a white guy or Asian guy, or vice versa, go for it. This is and that's the thing. I think it's a human right to be with who you want to be with. I believe it's your choice. And
Hmm.
you got to choose wisely, because that person you choose, you want to spend the rest of your life with, and you want to be happy.
Yes, and definitely make sure they can forgive all your weird quirkiness because everybody's weird and quirky in their own way.
Who is this Wigga G? I sold my car for gas money. Oh my god.
What is her avatar?
I don't know. What is that?
I'm scared to say.
Uh yeah. It it looks
It,
I'm afraid to blow that up and see what it really is.
it's got
Uh
a tail.
Wishing everybody sweet dreams. It's late over here. Well, sweet dreams, J9. Thanks for joining the show, and yeah, I hope everybody has sweet dreams tonight, guys. Um, I hope you enjoyed the videos. I love the videos. I like seeing families come together, and these people are were different racial groups, were they not? You had a white man and a black woman happy with a family, married, and you had the black man with the Asian, well, mixed white and Asian. Um, they looked happy. They were married. Um, that's we need to embrace that. That's a beautiful thing, and that's our future, guys. You're going to see more and more interracial couples. It's not going to slow down. It's not going to stop. There's going to be more and more every day. So instead
Yep.
of feeling weird some way because a woman that looks like you went with a man that don't look like you, get out of your feelings and grow up and embrace them and pray for them that they have a good marriage, a good life, a good family,
Hmm.
because that's what it's about.
You know, I have to say this. We're having a lot of fun. I have not seen one troll.
I haven't either. Yeah, this has been a peaceful show too. Uh, LV's got a suggestion. The movie Loving. I could. Yeah, we could do a movie review on the Lovings. That would be a good movie. Yes, it would. Um, yeah, we can do that. This weekend we could do another movie review. Do you guys want to do another movie review? My favorite movie, Save the Last Dance. Yeah, we could. Hey, I'm going to do more movie reviews, and I'm going to have to do it in slideshow fashion, show you pictures. I can't do the movie trailers because I get copyrighted every time. Either
Mm.
it's because someone owns the copyright of the trailer or the music, or it it just it's such a headache with it. I wish I could show the trailer because it shows a piece of the movie, but yeah.
Mm.
But yeah, I'm going to do it in slideshow and talk about it. And we had a good show the other night. My wife Sandy was on, and her Linda was up there too. That was a nice show. Um, I'll put out there a list of movie reviews for the next movie, and then I'll see what day I can do that for a movie review if you guys would like. Maybe tomorrow, or the next day, I'll put another list up there, and I'll probably add movies from the list we had before because there's some good movies in there that weren't chosen. Yeah, the slideshows are good. Yeah, I'm going to do. That's the way I get out from doing the copyright thing because when you do the trailer, it's kind of iffy. You might get copyrighted on it. A lot of it's the music. Sometimes people own the copyright to the trailer.
Mm.
Um, so that
Oh,
gets
Brent,
yes.
did you get Miss Sandy's chocolate diamond ring ready for?
I'm still working on it. That thing's expensive. I
Yeah.
Yeah, she likes chocolate diamonds, and they're neat looking. And I want to do what I got designed for how I want to do our rings on our 30-year anniversary is I want to get her, a nice ring with the wedding band with diamonds, with chocolate diamonds, and the engagement ring too. You know how they go together with the
Hmm.
chocolate diamond. And I want to get a ring with 5 diamonds on my ring that represents each one of our families. And I want to do my wife's ring like that because there's 5 of us: me,
Hmm.
my wife, Sandy, and our 3 children. And I would like to do that. I think that would be neat. Um, yeah,
Yeah,
but
that when you do that custom work, that they definitely like to raise the price on it.
they do. Oh yeah, but they're really neat looking. They got different color of diamonds. The chocolate ones, I think they have yellow ones, and um yeah,
Yeah,
but I like the chocolate ones too. They look really neat.
the pink ones are really expensive.
Oh, the pink ones, yeah.
Pink
Uh,
diamonds, and they're never big either.
yeah. Well, when it comes to diamonds, the price goes up for those all the time.
Oh, yeah.
And then the gold for the ring, the price of gold. You know, I made some money on some gold investing a little bit. I think it's going to pay off, but it fluctuates. But with inflation, investing in gold and silver and stuff like that during inflation is good. If you could do it before inflation kicks in, because gold never loses value. It goes up and down, but it
Hmm.
generally goes up through time. So it's really a good investment. Um, You want it as a long-term investment, not just, a quick one, but unlike a company, you invest in a company, it could go bankrupt and you lose it all. But like gold and silver, stuff like that, you're going to keep some value. Um,
Hmm. Yeah, I know a lot of people because I'm from Alaska, so I'm still kind of tied in up there.
uh,
They'll, they'll go up there and they'll work 3.5 months, and it's
hmm
hard work,
yeah.
but they'll, when they get done, and they're mining for gold, and they'll come out of there with 90 plus or just a little over 100,000 in a season.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, then they just come back home,
Yeah, they
but you got to
well,
earn it.
oh yeah, it's hard work. Well, look at what they do in Alaska for when they go for what is it, the king crab? What
Oh, yeah,
I mean, they make big money doing that, but it's like severe conditions and it's very dangerous.
that is the dangerous job. I mean, the
Yeah.
most dangerous one up there is that Bering Sea. That thing is like the Bermuda Triangle of the North.
Yeah, I mean, I've watched shows on that and I'm like, wow. But they make big money. I mean, but I don't know if it's worth risking your life for. I don't know.
Well, salt water takes longer to freeze, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay, so that ocean is the same temperature of fresh water that would freeze.
Mm.
Your body locks up so fast, it doesn't matter if you're wearing a life vest, you're going to turn into a popsicle.
Well, yeah, I mean, you would just die from the cold. Your body would get too cold and it would just
Yeah, it just
you
shuts
die of
down.
exposure. Yeah.
Yeah, like 5 minutes or less.
Yeah. So yeah, that would be sorry, I went off camera. I had to step out a little bit. Yeah, but um, those dangerous jobs, but I mean, gosh. Or what's that other one? The ice road truckers, like driving across a frozen lake and stuff. I mean,
Oh, what's crazy is that when you're up in the oil field and when you
uh,
leave the dirt in the wintertime, you leave
yeah.
the dirt and you start driving out across the ocean, and it's not really deep,
Hmm.
but you can see the ice bending in front of you.
Oh wow.
And so you're driving and the ice is continually bending downward in front of you, and there's like a ice wave in front of you that's like 4 feet high.
Ah. Oh, that's not for me.
it's
That-
it's a different world. It
yeah,
really is a different
takes
world.
a special person for that.
You know, you got to be just you know, half unconnected with reality to go up there.
Yeah. You-
Well, you went into the service. I mean, how many people go collect a paycheck to be, target
well,
practice?
yeah, that's true. But, you know, in actuality, I mean, the whole career, you're not dealing with that. That's just like
No.
bits and pieces.
Yeah.
Um, it's actually, when you're in deployment in a combat zone, yeah, it's dangerous. But you know what? We don't see people got a misconception on when it comes to wartime situation. You're not fighting every day. You're not losing people
Mhm.
all the time. People got this thing like, oh, you're constantly getting shot at and everything's chaotic. No, actually, it's mostly boring. You know, it's just those times you have though. You do have those times, but it's ever so often. Really is.
Mhm.
Um,
Yeah, my
and
son, he's at Fort Campbell, and he's found another girlfriend. She's 31. No, 36. He likes older ladies.
you know what though? I did too. I always did. Um.
Hmm. She's a black lady.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah,
Hey,
he's yeah.
you didn't have influence on that, did you?
Well,
It's okay. You know what? I talked to my son. He was like, "Hey, Dad, Asians are some." I said, "Son, Black women are a better choice. Stay at home. Look at your mom. Look how wonderful she is. Find a woman like your mother. That's what I said. I'm just
Yeah.
like, oh,
Yeah,
it's
anybody that
just,
believes Asian women can't be mean, they're crazy.
oh yeah, yeah. And you know, and the thing of it is there's so many black women that are traditional, that are loving, that are submissive. As long as you're being a man and doing what you're supposed to do, you can find that. The problem is us as men many times ain't doing what we're supposed to, and we expect a
Hmm.
woman to submit to us while we're being idiots. I'm just like, no, it's a
Mhm.
two-way street. Um,
Yeah, my son's turning 25 next month,
oh, okay. So
end of
she's
next month.
31. That ain't too bad.
I think she's 36, somewhere
Oh,
in there.
36. Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Well, that's
But,
still ain't bad. I could go that way with it, but and before I got married, I did date older women that not extremely older, but like a few years older than me. I could do that, but the other way I couldn't. I felt weird. If she was like 2 years younger than me, I didn't feel right. I don't know. Maybe it's just something weird psychological in my head. But she could be 10 years older than me, and I'm good. I'm good with it. I just I couldn't go the other way with it though.
hmm.
Yeah.
Well, yeah,
Have
I
you
kind
all
of,
seen 70s interracial movie called Honky? I haven't seen that. Is it good? I have to check it out. Hey, wasn't hey hey Corey, I don't know if you know old movies. I was seeing some was Paul Newman in an interracial movie
Paris Blues.
with Diane
Paris,
Carroll?
it's called Paris Blues.
Diane Carroll was in it?
Yeah, it's a black and white. It's really old.
Yeah, I saw like a preview. I was like, "Oh my god." I
Yeah.
I mean, Diane
You know
Carroll
what got me the most is they did not have more kissing scenes. I mean, she's a beautiful woman. It's a handsome white guy, but it was so prejudiced and racist back in them days. They wouldn't,
yeah.
they wouldn't allow it.
You know what's funny, Corey, is the old Star Trek, right? With Captain
Hmm.
Kirk and that's I love Star Trek, the old one.
Oh
I
yeah.
don't like
Oh
the
yeah.
I don't like the next generation and all this other crap. I love the old school. Captain Kirk, a macho guy, um
He's a
Lieutenant
narcissist.
or yeah, he is. He's and Uhura, his
Uhura, yeah.
communication. Yeah. I,
Ooh.
I thought she was hot back in the day, right?
Oh
Um,
man, it was tragic.
I was like, if I was the captain, she'd be by my side. We'd be cruising the universe together. I'd be like,
Yeah.
Spock, hey, you got the con, we're going beam down. I would like
You
they
remember
they
that they had that it was one of the series that they made later on after they started making the actual silver screen movies. And
uh,
when she was a little older and she did the fan dance up on the side of the hill to distract all the people, do you remember that
ah,
when she did? Oh,
I
seriously.
didn't. Oh man, I have to.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
she actually did a fan dance. It's like, whoa, okay.
yeah, you know what was funny is that Star Trek scene, and I'll probably do like a show on that. And maybe I'll do a show on interracial moments on movies and TV. But you remember when they had that Star Trek the kissing scene, and that was supposed to have been the first interracial kiss on TV or whatever. Um, William Shatner and that lady, what's her name? Or her, what's
Yeah, her name
Michelle
escapes me.
Nichol?
Hmm.
Michelle Nichols? Is that her name?
I'm
I
not
think
sure.
that's her name. But they did that interracial kissing scene, right? And they were both talking about it, and she was saying, "Yeah, Bill, we had to get the scene down, and he wanted to keep practicing the kissing scene, and he was like, you know what? We got to get this right because this is a moment in time and everything." And
Yeah.
they had, like the writers of the show and everybody involved in it because they wanted to make it right. They wanted this was supposed to be historical, right? And she was saying how William Shatner was like he wanted to keep rehearsing it. I was like, man, I don't blame him. I would have been like, you know
He's
what?
a lucky dog.
Hey, 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 let's you know what? Practice makes perfect. So we need to and
Yeah.
maybe we need to take this scene, when we're off work, take it home and work on it there too. It's that important.
Yeah.
Like,
It really, 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 really means a lot.
yeah, it was funny though how they were talking about it and how he was saying like, "Yeah, I enjoyed it," and she was like telling the story, and I was like, "Oh my god," I I'm like, I don't blame him. You know
Mm.
what? I would have had the practice too. Just saying. I mean, because she was a beautiful woman. She was. I mean, and I thought, you know what, Corey? I watched that back when I was little, and I had like a crush on her. There was something about black women. I was like, man, why don't the captain get with her? Why don't you're Captain Kirk? Get with her. She's she's on the bridge with you all the time.
Yeah, well, you know what? For me, the captain's chair is in the middle, and right
Yeah,
over his right shoulder is this beautiful pair of legs.
yeah.
This
Oh
lovely
yeah.
smile on those eyes. I mean, her, ooh. And then
I
you got to
just
focus on your job. Good luck. I don't know. I'm
yeah,
single. I've been single too long.
yeah. LV said there's tons of clips from many celebrities kissing Diane Carroll for you to check out. You know what? There probably is. I always thought Diane Carroll was such a beautiful woman. Um, and I look back, even when she got older, she was still beautiful. Black women
She was
pull this off.
graceful.
Black women pull this off all the time. Ladies, you're amazing. I'm just saying. I mean, you
Hmm.
could be 60s and even in your 70s and still look fine. I mean, look at Angela Bassett. Oh my God, really? I
Hmm.
mean, what is it? I mean, I was just like, but
I was always impressed with Diane's grace. She was so
yeah,
graceful. Just
I I always think of Diane Carroll is like the black Marilyn Monroe, and I think she was more beautiful than Marilyn Monroe. I'm just going to say it,
yeah,
and I'm
Marilyn
bi-
Monroe was a tramp.
I'm biased in that way. Diane Carroll was, yeah, I,
Yeah,
and yeah, I just grew up thinking black women were so amazing and awesome. I remember Donna Summer back in the day, and I was like, oh my God, that I want a girlfriend that looks like her, that's like her. Um, I remember like Thelma from Good Times. I thought, oh my God, I used to watch that and just like dream about her as a little kid, like, ooh.
yeah.
And
It was Donna Summer and Pam Grier and oh, it's like
yeah,
that movie with her and Richard Pryor, Greased Lightning or something like that. I own the movie.
what is that? What movie?
It was
Richard.
Richard Pryor. It was a historical movie based on a true story, and Richard Pryor and Pam Grier they played the main characters in it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's a good movie. And he hooked up with a white guy that was a mechanic, a car builder, and they put together race cars and become really, that's what gets me is the
Oh,
history. They
yeah.
always
Go ahead.
subdue the history.
Yeah.
That I call them the globalists because we got the same problem today. They always want to subdue other people's earned glory. Because they had to work for the stuff that they did.
Mm.
Nobody gave it to them.
Yeah. I think I know what you're talking about. He was a race car driver, I think.
Hmm.
Or
Yeah.
maybe not. Maybe
Wendell Holmes,
oh, okay.
LVNCSR, is saying it down here in the bottom. First African American race car driver.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Greased Lightning.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I remember that movie. It's been a long time since I've seen it, but I remember it.
Yeah, Pam Grier is a knockout in that movie. Oof.
Oh gosh, she was beautiful. Uh you know who was a beautiful woman back in the day, way back, was Dorothy Dandridge. And what was that movie? Me and my wife were watching it the other day.
Oh,
Um
it's Carmen
it
Jones.
no, but what was that movie? She got with a soldier, and he got in trouble, and she ended up leaving him for some boxer or something. And it
Hmm.
was with I think it um was it Harry Belafonte and Dorothy Dandridge?
I believe it's Carmen Jones is the
Oh,
name of the
okay.
movie.
But she was very beautiful too, and that was like um
Yeah, I got a copy of it right here.
yeah, but you know what? They said that Harry Belafonte was into white women. And actually, like Eartha Kitt, I guess she married a white guy. And I
Hmm.
think she was biracial, if I'm not mistaken. Um,
Yeah, you want me?
uh,
I can read you the cover if you want.
Carmen Jones. Okay, yeah, I just
A
remember seeing the
passionate,
movie.
sexy creature who lures in Harry Belafonte, a handsome soldier on his way
Yeah,
from his
yeah, that's it.
sweetheart, Olga
That's it.
James.
That was a good movie. I love that
In a
movie.
fatal brawl with his sergeant, Joe deserts
Ye-
his regiment for a sultry female fatale. Yeah,
Yeah. Oh yeah, that was
yeah,
a
that
good movie.
Carmen Jones.
And he ends up choking her out at the end because
Yeah.
she pretty much ruined his life with that. I mean, once you desert, especially World War II time, yeah, you're
Oh
done.
man, you got shot.
Yeah, they didn't play back then.
No, they shot you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but yeah, that was a good movie. I I like that movie, and they said that his voice was dubbed, that it wasn't really his voice when he was singing.
Well, it might have been a lip sync.
Yeah, they said he had a good voice, but they used somebody else's. I don't know why.
Hmm.
Um, but yeah, that was a good movie. And I remember I was watching. It was late at night. We saw a movie with Eartha Kitt and who was that guy? Uh, God, who was that guy? Famous guy. He like played the piano or something. He was like at a nightclub.
At a
Gosh,
nightclub.
yeah, it was an old movie with Eartha Kitt, and the guy was famous. God, what was his name? It was a black guy, and he was a singer, actor, um, famous guy. I can't even think of his name. Uh, but that movie was pretty good too. And
Hmm.
gosh, I can't think. I gotta look it up. I just, I
That's
mean,
the that's the one thing about living over here where I live, because there's
uh,
so many white people. It's hard to find, um, black people's movies. 'Cause, I mean, there's a lot of thug movies and gang movies and stuff, but
yeah, but the like
those
classics,
older ones, yeah, they're hard to find.
yeah. I mean, they were good movies though. Oh God, I can't think of his name. Guys, help me out. It wasn't Sidney Poitier. No, it was
Nat King Cole.
Nat King Cole. Yes, yeah, and yeah, it was with Nat King Cole, and it had Eartha Kitt in it. And I
Hmm.
forget the movie, but it was really we. It was late at night. Me and my wife were watching it. Now I want to see it because it looked really good. Um,
I
yeah,
love his movie Unforgettable.
unforget. Yeah.
when they did the
What?
remake with his daughter and him, and they were, doing a harmony.
Oh, Natalie Cole.
Natalie, yeah, they did.
You,
Well, she was doing a harmony, and it was just, yeah, it
you
was
know,
it was a beautiful song.
Natalie Cole was very beautiful. It was sad she died young though. I think she was like in her 60s. I mean, she was very
Hmm.
beautiful, and well, got caught up in the fast life with drugs and stuff. And I think it was, if I'm not mistaken, didn't she have like kidney failure or something? Um,
I'm not sure.
but her father died young
He
too.
was pretty young too.
Yeah, but I think he was a heavy smoker and emphysema. I think I
Hmm.
think it was lung cancer. I'm not saying that's what happened. I think, but he passed young too. And his daughter was real talented. She could sing, and she's real beautiful, and she died young too. Complications of hepatitis C. Oh, okay. I thought it
Hmm.
was like a kidney. Um, yeah, but yeah, it's a shame when people, and I think it was like it. It might have been hepatitis C, but I think it was drug related.
It's possible.
Yeah, and you look at these, you know, talented people, these beautiful women. Like she died young, and Whitney Houston, that was a tragedy. Oh my God, that woman was nobody had a voice like her, and she was beautiful and talented, and to see it just go away is just sad.
Hmm.
Um, yeah, but I mean that's drugs. It'll do that to you. And here's the thing. I know I have friends I used to hang out with back in high school, and I'm in my 50s, and there's a number of them that have passed that got into drugs and stuff, and just
Well,
something about,
you rarely
huh?
see people who choose that lifestyle make it past the age of 70.
Yeah, well, a lot of them don't make it past the age of 50.
Yeah.
I know there's a number of friends I knew back. They got into we used to hang out. They got into drugs, and they're no longer here. I never did, and I I mean I messed with alcohol back in the day, but I never messed with drugs. I never. Well, alcohol is a drug, but I never messed with the other. You know what I mean? And
Hmm.
I think as my father says, "Son, do you want to die young?" And I says, "No." Okay, well, if you want to die real young, do drugs. If you want to not live a full life, do drugs. He used to hammer me on that. And thank God he did, because I never got into that. And that's probably why I'm alive today, because if I would have stepped out into that, who knows?
I
Uh,
always heard if you're doing dope, you're a dope.
yeah. Well, and
You're just stupid.
I remember back in the day, as a teenager going to like parties, we like house parties, or we used to go like out in the desert and have bonfires out there. And I remember the drugs that were passed through there. I never did them, but I remember. I mean, they were doing all kinds of crazy stuff.
Hmm.
And Marlon Brando is bisexual, but he loved black women. Um, it, you know what? I think black women can get you to go straight.
Sylvie and CSR. I threatened my son if he did drugs, I would kill him myself.
Yeah, there you go. That's how to do it. Yeah. Um,
Hmm. Yeah, it's amazing how many bisexuals were back in the day of the big screen.
oh, I
It was
know.
unbelievable. I
That's
mean,
crazy.
Rock Hudson was full on closet.
Oh, that guy, yeah,
Ooh.
he was. Yeah, he was full blown the other way. Yeah,
Yeah, full blown.
yeah. It's just like,
Ugh.
and some of these guys were around the most beautiful women, and why would I don't know. I can't.
Well, they just had a lot of girlfriends.
Yeah, but girlfriends for relationships are shopping buddies. I mean,
Yeah. Hmm.
fortunately, his. Oh, okay. Yeah, I just. mm, But I mean, that's life. I mean, we take our life in our own hands. We really do. Um,
James Dean was closet gay. That's Hollywood, though. I mean, they're
what was James Dean that way, or was that a rumor?
Ebony Bryce has said that he was closet gay. Well, yeah, he played a bad boy. If that ever got out, it would ruin him.
Uh,
Hey, Sophia, hello.
my Ty says Natalie Cole passed away. Ophthalmic pulmonary artery hypertension. She had been diagnosed after her kidney transplant. Hey, didn't she get her kidney from her sister? One of her sisters? Yeah. Hey guys, I'm always so late. Welcome, Sophia. Good to see you. Hey, better late than never. You can catch the replay, and it's good to see you, Sophia. Purple Love 010. Good to see you. James Dean was bisexual. Wow. I didn't know that. But Hollywood, there was always strange things going on though.
Yeah,
You
they've gotten
know.
real strange these days.
Yeah. But I
Oh, Winnie showed up.
Winnie showed up?
Yeah.
Winnie! I haven't seen Winnie in a while. Hey Winnie. Good to see you.
I think these ladies must have they have a radar when the show's almost over. They're like, oh no, wait, gotta jump on.
Well, it's probably YouTube didn't give all the notifications, you know. Uh, well, I don't know if that's true. I better stop because they probably did give everybody the notifications. I'm just acting crazy. Uh, LV says I love John Gavin. Oh my God, he's delicious. Who's John Gavin?
Somebody that looked like a snack, apparently.
Yeah. Uh, they call it
Holy weird.
Yeah, yeah, that's right. Beyond comfort and travel. How's it going, young lady? Uh, good to see you guys. This is um I'm having fun with this. I know we're kind of drifting again. We're drifters. You know, you seen that movie Tokyo Adrift? That's me. I'm just drifting. Burning up the tires. Uh
Well, where do you plan on going after you retire? What vacation destinations have you picked out?
I don't know. Me and my wife were talking about this. I got like 10 years till I retire. Do I get another pension and then get my nest egg built up? Um, I don't know where we're going. I don't know. Corey, I'm so all across the board, and both me and my wife are. It's not just me. Um, we've looked at Arizona. We looked at Tennessee. We looked at North Carolina. We looked at Dallas. We looked at San Antonio. I mean, those are places we love, though. I mean, we end up in one of them. We'll be good, I think. I we love Charlotte, and the idea was there be close to my brother. Tennessee looks appealing. You know, the income tax thing. You know, just like Florida. I don't want to go to Florida. I don't know the hurricanes and all that stuff. Um,
Yeah, my
but
nephew said when the water came in on a hurricane one time, and he goes, out there in the water because it starts to flood the yard. Everybody else was up on their steps and he couldn't figure out why. And then he seen these globs that were floating in the water.
Uh-huh.
And the closer he looked, they were fire ants all rafted up. And if they would have got on him, he would have been hurting.
Hey, LV, I probably will end up in Dallas. We love Dallas. Me and Sandy love Dallas. We spend a lot of time in Dallas. We do. That's like our second home. So we'll probably end up there really. Um, I just got to find out what part of Dallas. That nice, but plus that we can afford. We're pretty well off, but we're not rich. You might say we're upper middle class, but we're not wealthy. Um, yeah. But we love Dallas. We hang out there all the time, and it's like an hour and a half flight, and it's a direct flight from where we live. So, and we're big cowboy fans, me and Sandy. So yeah, we we like going there. We always have fun in Dallas. Something about Dallas, the people there. Um, I don't know. We just love it. We do. Um,
It's just kind of
but
funny for someone that likes hockey, you want to live in some place that's over 100 degrees.
well, I mean, I like hockey, but I'm a warm weather guy. I mean, I don't like cold weather. I do like the sport hockey, but hey, they got the Dallas Stars down there, so we got
Well,
hockey.
there you
Hey,
go.
that's it. Hey guys, what state in the South or Southwest do you think is the best? Uh in the Southwest, I think well, it depends. I mean in the Southwest it's a dry climate, so it gets hot, but you could deal with it. If you're in the shade, you do well. Um, Arizona's nice. Phoenix, Tucson area gets really hot,
Yeah, that's
but
brutal.
yeah, northern Arizona is nice weather-wise. Well, even Phoenix too. I mean, in the wintertime it's beautiful. It's awesome. Summertime it's scorching hot, but it's a dry heat. You can kind of deal with it, you might say. There's no humidity.
I
Uh
heard Lake Havasu was kind of a nice area, but it gets crazy at spring break.
oh yeah, cuz everybody goes there to party and stuff. Yeah. Yeah, it's nice over there too. I mean, I personally like Flagstaff. I really do.
Hmm.
I'm a simple person that don't need a lot. I can see having a nice house there with me and my wife and being happy. Um,
Yeah, I thought about being somewhere close to Salt Lake, maybe just a little bit south of it.
oh yeah.
I checked into that a little bit.
Uh, Me Ty says, "Am I going to live in a tiny home?" Well, not too tiny. I like at least a 3 bedroom for me and my wife, because I like to when the kids come visit. I always like to have a bedroom for them. Um,
Yeah,
I'm
I'm
in a
not. Go ahead.
yeah, no, I'm in a 4 bedroom house. I've converted 1 bedroom to my studio, but we still got 3 bedrooms. And all our kids are moved out except our youngest daughter, and she wants to go get married to her Marine fiance. So pretty soon it'll just be me and my wife. So I mean, that's plenty for us. But we do want to have a second home, so we'll probably get us a second house in Dallas, maybe like a townhouse, something we can fly in and hang out for a while, where we don't have to take care of a yard. Because we got a
Hmm.
yard here I take care of, and you know, I do want to live in 2 places. That's what I want. To change it up. Live one place here part of the year, another place there,
I'm
and
with Sophia on that. The flash floods and tornadoes really don't. Yeah, we don't have any of that stuff here in Oregon.
yeah, in Dallas they have tornadoes. Yeah, they'll have floods.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Oregon, yeah, you don't. But you know what? We've had a tornado where I'm at. We have tornadoes in eastern New Mexico, actually.
Wow.
Um, well, it's flat out there. I mean, when you get to half the state, then you get the mountains and stuff. It's kind of like, you look at Colorado and you think of mountains, right? 14,000-foot peaks but if you get to eastern Colorado, it's flat. It looks like Kansas. I'm serious. There's nothing there. It's just flat.
Yeah.
Till you
I've
get to
seen
the middle,
pictures.
you get to the middle of the state, and then that's where you hit the Rocky Mountains, and it's real beautiful and stuff. That's the same thing with New Mexico. We got mountains, but halfway in the state, the east side of the state is flat as can be. Um,
Hmm. Yeah, even in the high desert in Oregon, there's still mountains around you. It's not
yeah. Well,
there's
Oregon, it's all mountain. Yeah.
oh no, it's if you come up through the Rockies, but if you go east of the Rockies, well, east of the Cascade, I should say, it turns
Uh,
into a high desert,
oh, okay.
but it's still, rocky outcrop.
Yeah, you don't have totally flat land.
Mm-mm.
Uh, my sister's husband live in Iowa half the year and Dallas the other half. Yeah, that's what I want to do is live in two places because I want to change up. And me and my wife both would love to do that. So that's what we're working towards too. That's why I'm still working and retired,
Hmm.
trying to
Yeah,
build
my
that
nephew's
nest.
family's in Iowa.
You know what Iowa stands for, right? I don't want to insult people from Iowa. uh, I'm going to leave it at that. No, nothing against Iowa. I haven't really been to Iowa. I don't. I I know when I was in the army, this guy from Iowa, we used to tease him. We used to say, "Yeah, they're idiots out walking around." That's
Yeah, but that's a service though. Everybody's fair
yeah,
game in that
yeah.
environment.
We get teased for, they used to tell me, yeah, that I hunt coyotes and eat cactus, and I'm like, well, actually, you're not. That's not actually a lie. Actually, I've done that, but
Yep.
uh, I'm trying to
Yeah,
figure out what state to move to. I'm ready to escape New York. Oh,
oh
okay.
Lord have mercy.
You know what? Hey, I've never really been to New York. I flew through there, but I've never seen New York City. I would love to see it, but I would not want to live there. Um, my wife's cousin's from New York, and I mean, she was born and raised there, and she's got the accent and everything, and she hates it. She moved out to New Mexico, and she said she's never going back. She said they could keep that place, and she can't stand it. Um,
Yeah, a lot of
but
people from California, they go straight up to Seattle. They don't really even stop at Oregon. The
yeah,
retirees do, but usually they're from like Ashland around there, and then they go from Eugene north.
yeah. But I mean, some people like New York, I guess, but I can't see really. I mean, being in a big city like that. I mean, I like to have a house with a big yard with being out of being in the suburbs, being away from everything. It would just seem weird to me just being around millions of people.
Hmm.
Uh, and I
The
don't.
noise.
Yeah, and the cost of living. I mean, I lived in LA for a while, and the cost of living's out of this world. I
Hmm.
mean, I loved it out there, but not a place I really want to raise a family. I'm just saying. But I do love it out there.
I'll just stick
Uh,
to manufacturing, and I like watching the fog burn off in the morning where I'm at,
yeah,
watching the animals walk around in it.
I like where I live. I live in the middle of the desert, middle of nowhere, and I love
Desert
it.
rat.
Yeah, I am a desert rat. That's no lie. I mean, well, I was born in it. I mean, I,
Hmm.
I I think I walked across New Mexico and half of Arizona, and
Hmm.
uh, parts of California. Yeah, yeah. Um,
Yeah, you get in the right spot, you can have like 50 wild turkeys in your yard, just grazing, passing through.
well, where I live, we don't have turkeys. Crazy. We got coyotes and rattlesnakes, and you'll see roadrunners. We got plenty of those. They're neat
Hmm.
looking birds, but other than that, um, well, you know what? We do sometimes. You might run into a deer or elk because we're
Hmm.
surrounded by mountain ranges, and they do travel across the desert and stuff.
Well, you got the coos deer, don't you?
The
The
coos
whitetail
deer?
coos. Yeah, it's a Couse or something like that.
I
Really
guess. Um,
small bodied deer.
we got white-tailed deer. I
Hmm.
guess that's what it would be. And we got those big mule deer. Those things are huge.
Oh, mule deer. Yeah, they are big.
Yeah, we got that. And we got in the mountains we got black bear and stuff like that. Um, and of course rams and stuff. Uh, you ever seen them things run up the side of a cliff?
Yeah, I almost wrecked my rig one time driving to Alaska.
It's amazing. They go straight up a cliff like it's nothing.
I was coming down through Canada on a
Mhm.
pass, and there was a guardrail on my left, and there was that drilled, blasted rock face on my right. You could see the drill uh, cutting on the
Mm.
side of this. There was like five little mountain goats in front of me, and the baby ran right up that wall. I couldn't believe it.
Yeah.
It looked as flat as a house wall, and how he walked up that thing, I was just in denial. I almost missed my corner. I just started staring at him. It was like, oh no.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, they're amazing how they can do that. Um,
Yeah, that was a beautiful place. It's called the Stone Mountain National Park in Canada. It
oh,
is
okay.
absolutely majestic. Yeah, there
Yeah,
was moose, caribou, black bear, entire herd of elk, the mountain goats,
mm,
um, a lake that went on forever, a lodge, a really long bridge, and I do mean long, and just surrounded by just beautiful mountains. It was gorgeous.
oh, I bet. I need to get up to Canada. I need to go visit. I really do. I that's that's on my short list. Or well, yeah.
Well, plan if you want to see British Columbia, you better plan on about 2 weeks because looking at the map is deceptive. It is huge.
Oh yeah, I bet. I mean,
It's huge. Just sticking to the Alaskan Highway is there's so much to see. It's just unreal.
oh wow. Canada is expensive, I bet. Um I gotta go see it though. I gotta go see it. I gotta do some fishing and maybe some hunting maybe and go see a hockey game. That's what I gotta do. Yep.
Yeah, hunting should be pretty easy.
Oh yeah.
There's going to be my parents are building a cabin up in just out of was it Fairbanks,
Uh
and there's nothing but hunting ground right behind the cabin, and I mean for hundreds of miles.
oh, I bet. I bet there's so much wildlife out there too.
Yeah, they come right through the yard.
Yeah, I bet.
You got to check your perimeter before you go to your car or the trash
I-
can.
Is Cincinnati racist? Dang Cincinnati. Somebody said racist, really.
Yeah, Cincinnati's getting a lot of hate.
Oh, is it?
In the
Well,
chat it is, yeah.
yeah, I won't be going to Cincinnati. I never really had the desire. I that's not even uh
Somebody caught 1,000-pound shark.
oh,
I
really?
didn't, I didn't hear nothing about that.
I didn't. Wow. That's one thing swimming in the ocean though. I always fear sharks and stuff. Like, I mean, there's
Yeah, I grew up swimming in rivers and creeks. We didn't have a shark problem.
yeah. Well, you know what? I was watching a documentary on sharks and they were having like shark attacks in rivers. Like by the ocean, these sharks would swim up the river.
Bull
Th-
sharks have been actually seen 2,200 miles up Amazon.
oh, really?
They can survive in fresh water. Bull sharks.
Wow. Well, they'll attack you too, won't they?
Their bull sharks got a bad attitude.
Mm,
Really
yeah.
bad.
I don't know. I think scuba diving would be awesome, but in the ocean, I don't know. I just don't.
I like to watch the videos on YouTube of those guys that are spear hunting. They do,
uh,
some of them use tanks, other ones just do free dive.
yeah.
And sometimes they got to fight their way back to the top, and the sharks are trying to get the fish.
Oh, yeah.
That's kind of an adrenaline rush. Hmm.
Yeah. Oh man, I might have to close up. It's already 11:15 where I'm at. Um,
No, it's 10:15.
yeah, where you're at, and uh, in the Midwest it's like 12:15. On the East Coast it's 1:15.
Hmm.
Yeah, yeah, I need to get to bed, but yeah, I better shut it down. Sandy's going to put me in the chokehold again, and
You working tomorrow?
yeah, I got to work tomorrow, unfortunately.
Hmm.
Yeah.
When's the next
Um,
show?
um, I'm looking at Sunday.
Hmm.
Let's see. I think I'm off Sunday and Wednesday this week. Um, yeah, that's if they don't take one of my days off. I mean, this COVID thing's got to end. I mean, Corey, I tell you, I made more money in my lifetime during COVID, but
Mm-hmm.
I'm working so much, it's just ridiculous. Um,
Yeah,
financially, it's great, but gosh, I'm tired. I want a life.
if you're on that grinder schedule, it's going to be brutal.
Yeah, and that I've been on that for like 3 years,
Did you
and
see
then
where Falsey said he wanted to extend it past July?
oh gosh, they need to stop. I just, uh,
Yeah,
yeah, I don't know what are they extending. I mean,
politics.
yeah, but I mean, it's crazy. Um, but yeah, I might have to close up, guys. I know we drifted a bit. Um, but my thing is interracial relationships, marriages is what's happening now, and it is the future. And I think we should just embrace it because you know
Mm-hmm.
what? If we're finding true love, who cares who it's with, right? If our neighbor finds love, hey, more power to them. Um,
Mm-hmm.
the days of race loyalty is going away. It really is. People are going to get with people because they love people and they should. Um, I always thought it was weird to just be loyal to someone because they're of the same race. We should be character loyal. I'd say that would be better. Someone
Mm-hmm.
that has morals and someone that has the beliefs you do is be loyal to that. Not just because they look like you. That's silly. That's dumb. Uh,
Hmm. Well, I guess I'm gonna have to get back into writing some more poems. I should finish the one up that I started, and then go and write another one that's more publicly appropriate.
there you go.
Well, because if I don't write out the first one that I come up with, it might influence the second. But if I go ahead and write it out, then I've gotten rid of that thought.
Yeah. I would write one out myself, but I'd probably run off all my subscribers. Uh You know what? We got to have a. Remember, we did that one show where everybody wrote a letter to their future husband or future wife.
Mm-hmm.
We got to do that again. What do you guys think in the chat? You want to have a? We can have an open panel where you write a letter and to your future husband or future wife, and I think you got it from somebody, Corey, or somebody that did that.
I believe it was Vortex.
Yeah,
He was
Vortex.
the one pushing that. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, but that's a good idea. We ought to do another show like that where you guys can participate. Write a letter to your future husband, future wife, and tell how much you love them, and how and you're basically writing what you want out of a wife or husband in a
Mm-hmm.
sense. Um, and that's a good exercise because then you focus on what you want. You want them to be a provider. You want them to love you and lift you up, and give you praise here and there. We all want that, right? And guys can do it too. What do you want in a wife? Do you want her to support you? You know what I mean? And that's a good way to think when you're dating, because you want uh you we know what we want as people, but a lot of times we don't go for what we want. We'll date somebody because they're fun to be with and attractive, but we don't get everything we want out of that person. We don't know if she's a good wife or she'd be a good mom, and vice versa, ladies. You don't know if he'll be a provider, a good husband, or just having fun with you. Um, and that's a good exercise writing that letter, because when you do date, you got to have a mindset. What do you want? And here's the thing: most people, if you let them talk long enough, they'll tell on themselves.
Mm-hmm.
They'll tell you exactly what they want. And a lot of times you might say, well, I'm looking for someone for a long term relationship or marriage. They might say, well, yeah, I'd like to be married, but not right now. I'm trying to figure it out. Well, figure it out somewhere else, guy, because I'm on a mission. Ladies, you just got to have that mindset. If he can't figure it out, let him go.
Mm.
Because if you want a husband, you ain't got time to wait for the man to figure it out. Either he wants to be a husband and father, or he wants to be a player. I mean, it's one or the other, really is.
Yeah. There's not much, or a hermit.
Yeah, and same thing, guys, for the ladies. Will she make a good mom, or does she want you? Um, what does she want in life? So that's what
Mm-hmm.
that letter's good for, and just get you thinking. Now, I mean, we could think all day, but you got to act on it. You got to have a plan. You got to have something. And here's the thing: we talked about interracial relationships. I've talked to black women, white men that do want to date out, and they tell me, "Well, I don't know how to approach it." Um, how do I've heard guys say, "Well, I would date a black woman, but what do I say to her? How do I approach her?" Um, well, she's a woman. Tell her you're interested in her. Say hi. I mean, how would you approach any woman, right? She's a woman.
Mm-hmm.
And same thing, ladies. A white man's just another man with light skin tone. That's all it is. You gotta look deep and see what his character is. See if that's who you want to be with. Um, but for us to get together interracially, we got to be around each other. And like I talked about having that Becky as a friend, because Becky has brothers that are, you know, there's Brads all around her. Her brothers, her cousins, it's a good way to get into that friendship circle. Um, and one lady says, well, I have my Maria do the work for me because she likes Hispanic men. Well, same thing. That It's a plan, right? You got to have a plan in getting what you want. Men aren't going to come in the black neighborhood and just look for black women to marry. It's not going to happen like that. But when you're around them, when you work with them, when you're in the friendship circles, they're going to look your way. They will approach you then because they know you, they feel comfortable. You just got to think strategically in everything we do. But keep this in mind: interracial relationships, marriages are growing.
Hmm.
And yes, they're growing between black women and white men. Yes, they are quite a bit every day. So you can have what you want.
Yeah, I
If
got
that's
this theory. I'm going to take my fourth book and I'm going to take it and send it to corporate at Costco and try to get it on the table in our local store here. And then, you know, any of the single black ladies, if they, see it and pick it up. And I had this funny idea of maybe picking up a copy or two and signing the book and then putting it back down.
uh
Just got a plan. But
yeah.
yeah, I
But
don't know,
yeah,
trying to be strategic about it.
yeah, and that's what we got to do. We got to be around the people we want to date and marry.
Hmm.
And look, I live in New Mexico. If I can find a black woman in New Mexico that will love me and marry me, ladies, you can find a white guy. It's not. I mean, and guys, you can find a black woman that you just got to just approach. You got to just do it. Um,
Hmm.
get out of that comfort zone. I mean, men and women are men and women. They just look different. Okay, yeah, there are cultural differences, so you just got to be respectful. You got to be loving and respectful, and because right now, black women and white men are ready to date each other. They're ready to receive each other, but the problem is that they let those barriers get in the way. The problem is they listen to other people instead of just going for it. That's my opinion in it. Why interracial marriages ain't exploding right now is because of those barriers. And I get it. Women tell me all the time. They said I would date out, but I'm afraid, and that's okay. I mean, you don't know. It's something new, right? You, and some of these ladies never been around white men. They don't know what to expect, and they've been told certain things through their life, how crazy and weird we are, that they're cautious. And it goes to the flip side. White guys, we're afraid we're going to offend you so much that sometimes we just stand back like, you know, um, and we think you just don't like us. So sometimes we don't even try. That's basically it in a nutshell. But guys like me are so much in love with you that we just got to be with you. So we'll just throw ourselves out there and
Just
you know
totally worth the risk.
yeah, it's worth it. It's worth the dealing with the haters. It's worth it all.
Hmm.
That's how valuable black women are to me. They were so valuable to me that I would go through extreme lengths to have a chance to date a black woman. I would go to the neighborhoods where I thought they were. I would get with friends that I thought were connected to black women. Yeah, and I had some you know, black guys that were my friends because I want to get with black women. Strategic, right?
Hmm.
That's you got to have a plan to be successful. If I sat on a park bench and say, "Well, I hope black woman walks by and smiles at me so I could say hi," and it ends up something happens. If I would have went that route, I would have still been sitting on that park bench.
That's just for the
So
movies.
yeah, in a fairy tale, yeah, she smiles and you fall in love, yeah. Reality is you got to have a plan, you got to be strategic. And
Hmm.
ladies, you have the beauty, you have the uniqueness. You get in
Hmm.
that friendship circle, you earn the trust. You get and see a friendship circle to me is the best way to date because you become friends. You learn about that person before you go on that date, right? I mean, it makes sense. I mean, there's so many ways to link up and connect. Right now in today's world, it's easy. You can download a dating app and date whatever group of men or women you want. Um, I would just say be very careful if you're going to do that. Know what you're getting into. Um, and be safe about it. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
but being strategic is the key. Having a plan. You can't reach a goal without a plan. You really can't. Uh,
Yeah, there was a really pretty black lady at Costco because it's
uh,
one of the biggest stores in town, unless you go to Eugene. But she was quite a distance across the store. And when I seen her, you
mhm.
know, it was painfully obvious that I was attracted. But, I mean, I was in a hurry, walking fast as usual.
Did she
But
catch your eye?
oh yeah, she saw me looking, and she pretty well looked back too. It was
Oh, you should have walked up to her and says, "Hey,
I
my
was
name's
headed for the
Corey."
door though.
hey, hey guys, I would say do an exercise and check this out. Uh, where I work, I did this exercise, right? And just just see how people react. And guys, I would say you see a black woman you think's beautiful, walk up and just talk to her, say hi to her, and just create a conversation and see how she reacts. I did that where I work. There was a couple black women, and I don't want to get in trouble. I was just doing an experiment, but I said hi and I started talking, and we had a good conversation. And I just want to see the reaction, right? You guys, you don't even understand. Sometimes, and black women have told me this. They says, well, if he approaches me, I would date him, but he don't. Why? Why don't you? Why don't you approach someone? I mean, if you're interested, say something. I mean, what's the worst that can happen? She says she's not interested in you, and then you go about your business. Um, that's equivalent to not doing anything. You still didn't, but at least you know.
Mhm.
And the thing of it is what I found out about black women, and maybe this is just where I live, that black women are really actually friendly and nice people. They will talk to you. I didn't try to date nobody, but you know, you it could lead to that if they're friendly and you have a conversation. You never know, right?
Mhm.
I found out that when I finally had success with black women is when I got the courage to approach them and tell and let them know what I was after, let them know my intentions. And
Mhm.
see, guys, the thing about black women is black women like men that are direct. They don't like to guess, especially when it's interracially, because if they're interested in you, they want you to make your move. They don't want to guess and wonder. They don't want to play that game where you wink and smile. Becky, you can do that with. Okay? Uh but black women, they want you to be direct. And you know, most of the ones I talk to tell me that. They would just like the guy to approach and see what he's about. And guys, when you approach, do it with love and respect. And do not try to be something you're not. Okay? Don't be that white guy that tries to act black. It's not going to get you nowhere. There's some
Mm.
women they might think it's cute, but most of them no. Most of them they're so turned off by that they'll kick you to the curb before you can even say hi. Don't even do that. Just be you. She knows you're a white guy. It's okay to be a white guy. That don't make you evil and bad. Just be the best white guy you can be because you have no choice. That's what you are. Be who you
Mm.
are, but be that loving, best you that you are. And do it. Just do it. Just go out there and just Shoot your shot. What's she going to do? Oh, I'm sorry, I got a boyfriend or I'm married. Okay, then you go about your business. That's the worst case scenario, really. Usually, black women that I've approached, I've never had them just yell at me, or they're usually, they appreciate our approach, even if she's not interested. It's usually a pleasant exchange, even when you're getting the rejection. That I'm serious.
Yeah, I'm pretty focused when I see, a pretty black woman. I'm a ring checker. I automatically start checking for a wedding band.
Yeah, no, that's
I
a
mean,
good
it's
idea.
quick. It's real
Yeah,
fast for me.
yeah, and that's what you should do. And if she's got one on, leave her alone.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Yeah, of course. But if she don't have one, now that don't mean she's not married. She just might not wear a wedding band. Some people don't.
Hmm.
Some people have a job they can't wear one, so they might not have one on, but be married. But that's a good idea. Check for a wedding band. She don't have one, make your move. And if she is married, she'll tell you. And if she don't tell you, there you got a bigger problem then. But she'll usually tell you. Or if she's in a relationship, it's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. You didn't know. But if you
Hmm.
you you approach with respect, you can move on. Uh, White men do approach. Yeah, there's and there's a misconception that white men don't approach black women. A lot of us do. Some of us are in fear, but you know, white men do approach me. But honestly, they used to approach a way more back in the days. I used to reject them all the time before, just like most other black women. I think that left uneasy energy. Yeah, yeah, and there are a lot of black women that will. And here's the thing, guys. There are black women that will reject you because you're a white guy. Keep that in mind. That's okay because there are some that won't reject you. There's some that will accept you. So make your move. And here's the thing. There are some black women that tell me that they've rejected white guys that they were actually interested in, and they
Wow.
just they just felt uncomfortable because it was a white guy because that's how they were taught.
Hmm. That's tragic.
Yeah, it is tragic. I've known some women that were dating a white guy that broke it off because they thought it wouldn't that somehow they were going to hurt the guy and thought it would be best, and now they're brokenhearted and wish they didn't reject him. And there's white guys that have done that too that have been with there was one guy I was talking to at work that said, "You know what? There was this black woman that I was with, and we had fun and we dated, but I just thought it would be best if we broke it off." And he's like, "You know what? I wish I would have never done that because she truly loved me. She was there for me. But,
Unbelievable.
society, I thought society wouldn't allow it, so I let her go."
The self-sabotage.
Yeah. And
I mean,
that,
you could have walked away from the best friend you'd ever known.
yeah, you might have walked away from a wife that really loves him.
Hmm.
What if I would have broke it off with Sandy because, well, society don't like it, or she did it to me? We wouldn't have the 28-year marriage. We wouldn't have the 3 kids we have. We wouldn't have our 2 grandkids. We wouldn't have been living a blessed life.
And we wouldn't have Roadrunner 89 network.
And you wouldn't have Roadrunner 89 network. You probably would have had the who knows what you would have had. I don't even want to think about it. You
Exactly.
you might have had the poor me. I messed up network. I don't know.
Uh, yeah, I can't cry in my drink. That's too pitiful.
Yeah. Indiana mom. Hello everyone. Love and
Oh,
light
she
to
is
all.
really fashionably late.
Yeah. We're getting ready to close down, Indiana mom. You got to the show a little late, but there's good news. You can catch the replay. And I will be going live Sunday this week. Hey, Lisa.
These ladies travel in pairs.
Yeah, Lisa, you're late to the show, but it's good to see you. Haven't seen Lisa in a while. You know what? You know what I like about Lisa, Corey? This woman is probably the most positive woman I've seen. And ladies, no, seriously, ladies, you can learn from Lisa because that's what attracts men. If you're dating and stuff, a positive, confident woman, and she don't, she seems like she's approachable too. Um, you know, when she's been on the show and we've talked, I just like, wow. You know what? That's what men react to. They love women that are beautiful and positive and carry themselves that way. Cause see,
Hey, Rothy just
positivity.
showed up.
What's that?
Rothy just showed up.
Rothy, hey Rothy. No, but
Dunnigan?
yeah, what I was saying is, I just like her attitude and how she carries herself. That
Well,
is
she's an
very
East Coast
attractive.
girl. We're pretty
Oh, is that
positive
how?
over here.
Is that how she? Is that how it is on the East Coast?
Well, for the
Maybe.
people that are people friendly, like me, I was told I could make friends in a war zone.
Uh, and
Like all
and
quiet on the Western Front.
yeah, and you know what? That goes a long way. Positivity is what people are attracted to. If you see a
Oh, yeah.
woman that's positive and confident, but you can approach her, you want to be with her, right? Really. That goes that goes so far. The reason I was so attracted to my wife Sandy is she's so positive. She's so loving. She just the way she carries herself. That blew me away. I mean, I fell in
Hmm.
love with her just on that. Um
Yeah, I've got a couple more things because I'm on a schedule. There's, certain things I want to get done before I start dating again. And I'm hoping by maybe this fall that I'll have all this stuff where it's supposed to be.
yeah.
I mean, coming this fall is going to be 3 years since I was out there. So
Oh,
just
really?
being, well, yeah, just being single. I mean, because I've been divorced 3 years this September.
Wow. So you need to get out there, Corey. You need to find
Yeah,
that
well,
special lady.
I'm on a schedule. Got to be
Yeah.
about my purpose first.
Yeah. No, you got to be prepared. Yeah.
Yep.
Your time is your time.
I didn't think
You
it
know.
was going to take 3 years, but you know,
Yeah. We travel in packs, lol. Yeah, we got some. Yeah, but it's good to see you, ladies. It is. I'm really happy to see you. And Tree said, "Hey, dudes." Well, tell
hey,
Tree we said, "Hey, dude."
hey,
Hey,
dude,
dude.
hey, dude.
That's right. Uh, yeah. Uh,
Yeah, I've already got my ring all designed. All I got to do is make a phone call and get it going. It takes three to
yeah,
6 weeks to get it all put together.
yeah. You got to make sure. Does she like the chocolate diamonds? My wife likes the chocolate diamonds.
Actually, this one, well, I didn't have anybody to consult with. This one just showed up and I just drew it out.
Oh, really? So you're going to design your own?
Yeah,
You
there's
know,
a company called, oh, my mind just went blank. Custom Made. It's a business over in, I believe it's Massachusetts,
uh huh.
somewhere over there.
Oh, and you can
Yeah.
design your own ring and stuff.
Oh,
I
yes,
ne-
sir.
I need to
Yeah.
look into that. Oh my goodness, I need to figure that out, and I need to get with my wife and say, you know what? What design do you like? And because I want to do I want to get her a special ring for the 30-year anniversary, and I want to just I just we wanted to do. Here's the thing, Court. We were thinking back in the day, we'll do our 10-year anniversary. That'll be great. And then, well, we'll do 20. Now we're going on 30, so we better move fast. We better get it together.
But
Otherwise, we'll say 40, 50.
look up custom made jewelry or custom made.
Okay.
I believe it's just custom made
Okay,
here
I'll
in
check it out.
maybe right in Massachusetts or something. But what it is it's a group of businesses that have joined into that, and then they link you from there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but you
Awesome.
work directly with a jeweler because you got the salesperson, you got the design person, you've got the gemologist. Um, there's a
And,
process to it, but it's an
and
easy one.
yeah, and you know what, ladies and gentlemen, when you're interracially dating and you decide to get married, remember what Corey said. Because ladies, tell them you want to design your own ring. That would make it fun. That would be from the heart, though. Uh, if she told you the design she want, or sometimes ladies might say, you know what, you design it for me. I want it from you. You know, could be that too. But I think most women say, well, you know what, let me design that.
Oh, wow.
I gotta wear it.
Who's that? Abe one Abe? There was a story about a congressman wanting to be an outlaw interracial marriage. That sounds like my books.
Oh wow. You know what? Was it
Seriously.
that was it that guy I was Yeah. Hey Believe, good to see you. Good to see you, young lady. Um
Everybody's
yeah,
showing up, brother.
I think this story of the congressman, I did a video on it. He was talking about I think it was the vetting during the Supreme Court for the new justice. He was saying that it needs to be the state needs to decide whether on interracial marriages or something.
Wow.
I think he was trying to make that point, like the states need to decide it. Well, when it comes to marriage, that's not. I look. I believe in state rights. I do, but when it comes to a human right, no, a state shouldn't decide that. That's a
No,
human right. Interracial marriages is a human right. It's
yeah.
a right. It's not something that the state decides. We've been there in our history. We've outlawed interracial marriages, and it was wrong. It was wrong then. It's wrong now. No, that's a human right. That's a civil right. That's a God-given right. You don't tamper with somebody's marriage. You don't.
No.
Yeah,
No.
but I think I know what Abe One A was talking about.
Well,
I did a
Benjamin
rea.
Franklin, his wife was basically the housekeeper. They got married in secret.
Oh, did they?
Yeah, he when he went to France to, get some help for the war effort, he
Yeah.
didn't want to come home because over there in France, you could stay married as husband and wife, but he was pulled back to the United States. Yeah, he was in an basically interracial marriage on the secret.
Yeah, well, back then in France, they would allow that.
Yeah.
And there was a thing with Thomas Jefferson and Sally Hemings where,
Hmm.
yeah, and here's the thing. They say, well, um, I okay. Sometimes history teachers will say, well, Thomas Jefferson and Sally Hemings was an interracial relationship. It was love, and I don't know about that. Now let's be fair. She was a slave, and I in that condition, I don't think nobody can consent when you're totally controlled. Um, but they say, well, it was true love because she could have ran from him in France and lived a free life. But here's the thing: how many children did she have back at in the states? They had several kids, right?
Yeah.
I mean, so did she really love him, or did she come back because of her family? I
Hmm.
don't know. That's what inquiring minds want to know, right? Because I remember my history teacher like, oh yeah, they were in love and it was beautiful. Uh, I don't know about that. That Okay. Now, I think there were some cases, maybe there was, women in love with the plantation owner, but I don't know. Let's be honest. How do you consent when you're a slave? I'm just saying. Um,
Hmm.
but I don't know how we got into that. But like,
I think that was
um,
my fault.
yeah. But no, I mean, being truthful though, really seriously.
Hmm.
Um, but it's funny because I watched that and they had the Jefferson family. They have like family reunions where there's a whole bunch of white people and black people and they're descendants of Thomas Jefferson. Have you seen them? They had like photos of them and stuff, and yeah, it's crazy because he had several children by her, and I think wasn't she related to his wife that passed something? But
I
anyway,
don't
he
know.
he was married and had children, and that wasn't uncommon back then.
Hmm.
And you see his political foes if you study history that would go in on him and say, well, he has a lot of white slaves,
Right.
and and he did. And if you look at Sally Hemings, she was only a fourth black. She was three-quarters white. I don't know
Oh.
if people knew that. Yes.
Abe said she was his wife's sister.
Okay. That might have been because yeah, because Sally Hemings, her I think her mother was biracial, a
Mm.
white man and black woman, and then her mom was biracial with a white man, so she was like a quarter black. She was three-quarters white, and her children looked white, so that's where they got the white slave, because there were white people that were slave that were, well, they had black in them, but they looked white, like
Hmm.
actually looked like me and you, Corey, and they had some black in them. That is just a weird societal thing, but yeah,
Yeah.
I
Our country's got such a bad history.
oh gosh, it does. Well, you look at the world and it's messed up.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but I'm like,
Yeah.
wow, yeah.
I'm just glad I'm alive in the day that I am alive, because if back then it would just be,
Oh gosh, I I'm thankful for that. Can you imagine how would me and Sandy get together? How would we? We'd have to do it in secret. We'd have to do and the family wouldn't accept it back then.
oh no.
It would be you know what's funny is my grandfather, when he met my wife, and my grandfather's awesome. He says, he told me one time, he says, you know what? Um and he lived to be 99 and a half, but he was born in 1913, right?
Wow.
Um so um he told me one time he met my wife. He says, and I don't know if he's just trying to make me feel comfortable, but he's like, I seen back in the day we weren't allowed to date black women, or he said, but I've seen so many black women that were very beautiful. But you could be friends with black people, but you couldn't date or marry.
Hmm.
That's what he told me. But he says, yeah, I seen some that I thought were beautiful. I'm
Hmm.
like, oh wow. I was thinking, would you ever thought about
Yeah, here's your grandpa telling you a story like that.
Yeah, well, I don't know what that meant. Was he just saying to make me feel
Hmm.
comfortable? Like, yeah, we accept, you know,
Well, he could have just been reflecting on some very beautiful women.
yeah, could have been. Uh,
Yeah, I remember sitting on the school bus and when I was in junior high, and we pulled up to the high school to collect the rest of the kids, and there was this, you know, school girl. She come out, high schooler, and oh man, she was glowing. She had a set of legs on her that just, where you, as a little boy, your head just kind of falls against the window when they walk by.
yeah.
It was tragic.
Uh, A belief says when you say interracial marriages in America is growing fast, do you mean all around in general, or are you specifically talking about black women and white men? Okay, that's a good question. Okay, what I would say in general, across the board, is growing really fast. But when it comes to black women, white men, it's increasing every day. It's growing pretty fast that way too. Not as fast as like white men and Asian women. I mean, that's exploding right now. It's
Hmm.
not that fast, but keep in mind it's easier to interracially marry and have relationships with white people and Asian. It just is. When it's black and white, it's more scrutinized.
I think that
Is it?
comes from the community, though.
Huh?
I think most of that comes from the community.
It does. I mean, there are white people that don't accept it, and there's black people that don't like it either, that are harsh on it.
Mm.
I think it's flipping. I think the script is getting flipped because black back in the day, white people wouldn't accept it at all. But I think today in today's world, I think white people accept interracial marriages more than black people. I really do believe that.
Hmm.
And some
That's
people are going
kind
to
of what
say,
I'm. Yeah.
And some people are going to say, "Oh, you're crazy out of your mind." No, I believe that's true because I'm seeing it within my family. I'm seeing it within the community I live. I'm seeing where fathers are embracing black men marrying their daughters. It's almost like I don't know if it's a little bit of white guilt that they want to accept it, that they want it to, but they're a lot more accepting of it. Um,
Mm.
you know, us as white men today, when we see a black man with a white woman, we don't get mad. We actually cheer it on. We actually embrace it. We actually I don't see white men going in on black men for being with their Beckys. I don't. I
No.
actually see them saying, "Oh yeah, we love you. Good job." Or you know, they're they're lifting them up. I'm seeing it. We as white people, and maybe it's just where I live, guys. I don't know, but it's like we're accepting it more. It seems like it's reversed. It seems like there's a lot of black men that go in on white men and black women like we're so horrible and terrible people. Is it just me? Am I seeing something that it seems kind of like the Twilight Zone, like we're reversing roles here? And I'm not saying all because I got friends I work with that are black men that totally accept me being with a black woman. They got no problem with it. But
Mm.
from what I'm seeing in general, it seems there's more hate coming from the other side. It I don't know. It's weird. But tell me I'm lying. I mean, how many white guys you see attacking black men for having a white wife or girlfriend? How many you see that in today's world? I'm not talking in the past. Because I know the past was dirty and awful and sinful. I'm talking right now. How many people see it? How many people know a white man that's flipping out because this black guy's with a white woman or has a white girlfriend? I mean, I'll wait. Who's complaining on the internet about it? I,
Yeah, I
I would
think
like I would
if
like to know.
anybody does, I think it's going to be a southeastern, the East Coast and down around the South. Because over here on the West Coast, even in the Midwest, we don't see that hardly at all.
Well, even down south, I don't see it happen. In fact, down south, I see so many interracial couples. It's not funny. I look. I've been to Mississippi, Tennessee, Alabama. I see interracial couples out there. North Carolina, I see them all over the place. I mean, I just
Hmm.
seriously though, guys, tell me how many white men are going in on black men for having a white girlfriend or a white wife. I'm being honest. I don't see it. Now, if we look at documentaries in the past, yeah, it was all over the place. It was they wouldn't accept it. But in today's world, and here's the thing, I think us as white people are opening up. I mean, yeah, there's still racism and white supremacy. Yes, it's still there. But a lot of us are saying, hey, let's come together. Because really, how many I've gotten trolls come in here and tell me stuff about, how I'm going to be punished for having a black wife and how it's so awful and how
Isn't that crazy?
it is crazy. But how many white guys are going on these channels, these interracial channels, that a black man with a white woman? Maybe there's
Mm.
some weirdos doing it, but I bet it's not as much as I get.
Yeah, remember me telling you that I used to go on some of these black panels just to kind of, because I wanted to hear the noise and the pushback from a lot of the black men about
Hmm.
people who divest.
Yeah.
Uh, just recently, one guy called me a cracker on the panel,
Oh, really?
and I'm just like, okay. But the way he said it was just like he wasn't too happy I was part of the show. And I'm just like, well, I don't want to disrupt the show, and I'm basically just here to learn. So I just started pulling back from them shows, because
Yeah.
they're predominantly, a lot of them are black men that are complaining about. To me, some of them have legitimate complaints, and others are just like the crying wheel. I don't know how to say it, but they're just whining because life's unfair. Well, nobody said it was fair.
Yeah.
I mean, grow up. But I could see I was starting to cause a little disturbance in their show, so I just backed out. But that's me. I
Yeah.
study people. I'm a people watcher. I
You
study.
know what? I'm a shadow watcher of some of them channels. But
Hmm.
here's the thing. I don't go in their chat, and I don't go in and disrespect them. I don't
Oh
want to create.
no.
I'm not out to create drama. I mean, they believe what they want, and that's fine. I
Hmm.
do listen just to see where they're coming from. Just
Yeah.
try to figure out the mindset. Um,
Hmm.
but
Yeah. The
yeah.
thing that gets me the most is the anti-Christian, and of
Mhm.
course the racial problem with white men. Um,
Yeah.
Big disdain between divestors of black women and white men. That one's pretty
Oh yeah,
common.
they hate that.
Yo,
Yeah.
I never brought
And,
it up either.
and yeah, if you and here's the thing. There are so many more black women that even you get the divestors, there's still more than enough black women if they want black women. Um, but here's the thing. Black men date and marry out twice as much as black women, and there's less black men. So
That was
really,
the craziest part out about. They had a problem with the divestors of black women and white men, and yet the entire show they talk about going overseas and getting ling ling. The
y-
entire show.
they're divestors themselves.
And I'm trying to figure out, like, well, how does this? Yeah,
and
I don't know.
and it's kind of hypocritical in my opinion, because if you date and marry out twice as much as black women, you're divesting right there. And a lot of
Hmm.
these guys will say they don't want nothing to do with black women. They want to get with Becky or Mailing or whatever. And that divestment, I mean, it isn't that swirling? Aren't they the biggest swirlers, really? Because you're doing it you know, more than white men and black women are. Um, I honestly think they're not really looking at what's really going on in the numbers.
Yeah,
Um,
I don't think they actually believe that they have actually become what they say they hate.
yeah, I think a lot of them have, and I'm not going in on them if they want to
No,
date out
no.
or that's their right. I mean,
Hmm.
if they want to be with the white woman, Asian, hey, I have no problem with that at all. But the thing of it is if you do it, in my opinion, you don't have a right to tell the woman she can't do it. That'd be like me uh going in on some Becky because she's with a black man. That that would be stupid, wouldn't it? It'd make me a hypocrite. I'm going to get mad at you for dating out and I'm doing it. I'm mad at you for marrying out, but I did it.
Hmm.
How does that make sense?
Yeah, that's crazy.
It's like, you know, and yeah, it's weird. I mean, and here's the thing: I respect the guy that a black guy that's against it, that only dates black women, that only marries black women, that stays with black women. If he's living his life like that and he's upset, I don't agree with him, but I respect it because you're living what you believe.
Hmm.
But if you're out dating out, opening up your options, and you're mad at Keisha because she finally decided to open up her options, you're wrong. You're a hypocrite.
Yeah, you get a guy like Umar that says black women belong to us, but we sleep with anyone we want and have kids with anyone we want.
Yeah, well, Umar,
Unbelievable.
uh, this Umar, he's a doctor of delusion. He makes no sense. And honestly,
That's true.
you know when he was talking about Richard Ralph Banks when he told black women to open up their options because of the numbers, because a lot of black women weren't getting married. I mean, he's looking at it logically, numbers. Do you want to get married? If 70% of black women ain't getting married, what do they do? Honestly, what do they do? Do they wait for the black man to choose them? And if they don't get chosen, then what?
Yeah,
I,
I
I'm
don't get the I
it,
don't get that.
honestly, what do they do? Do you want them to be race loyal that much that they have to be alone? And and Umar Johnson never gave a solution. He just says, you know, don't let the white man squirt in your man cave.
Oh
That
God.
was his solution. I'm just like, really? You referred to a woman's body as a man cave. I'm just like, okay.
That was unbelievable.
It was disrespectful. It was unbelievable. You know,
I think that the hypocrisy of constantly bringing up racism, slavery, yada yada yada, and then they turn to women and then they say they own these women and that they have to obey the men who are basically dating somebody else, but you will obey us. And I'm like, I
yeah,
can't even wrap my head around that.
that sounds like modern slavery to me. I don't know.
It doesn't it?
I but here's the thing. They put that out there, but you know what's that going to solve? So these women got to be race loyal to you because of slavery, because and today's men had nothing to do with that. And here's the thing. Yeah, I might have a great grandfather that did some evil crap. And you know what? It's shameful, it's embarrassing, but how does that reflect on me? You're not you know what I mean? You're not responsible for the father's for the sins of the father. You're not.
Mm-mm.
That's their sin. That's what they got to pay for.
Well,
You,
it
you
reminds me of the
but
parable. You can't plow a straight line in front of you if you're looking behind you.
Mhm.
You know, when Jesus gave that parable,
Yeah.
how you gonna
And,
plow this field looking behind you?
yeah. But the thing of it is Umar, he wants blind loyalty regardless.
Mindless loyalty.
It's like, okay, and see men, I think these men that preach that kind of garbage, I think they want blind loyalty, and they expect the women to just give it to them just because they're black, just because they're the same race, that they own them and they should do what they say.
Yeah.
But I
All I
mean,
can do is laugh because it don't make no sense.
it don't. I mean, if you're going to challenge Richard Ralph Banks and what he said, come up with what he's doing that's wrong. What is he saying that's wrong? He never disputed them. He just repeated some things. And then he started talking about squirting the man cave, and he talked about Abraham Lincoln. And I just like, one lady says, wow, you're going to threaten us with with
Yeah.
a famous man in history. I mean, why don't, and if you're going to use that analogy, why don't you use the worst white man ever? Why don't you use like a Ted Bundy or something, somebody that's
Hmm.
evil? Why would you say Abraham Lincoln? I think he said Abraham Lincoln and George Washington or something. I don't know.
These
The
guys have
guy,
been dead for how long?
this guy's a weirdo. Um,
Mm.
and it's like, you know what though? Here's the thing: what Richard Ralph Banks was saying. He's saying, ladies, if you want to be married, you might have to look elsewhere. And he was referring to, you know, these successful black women that are with white men that, you know, they're doing amazing things. And Michael Dawson said something about it too, about how, you know, you get mad because she's with a white man, but she's dark skinned and you didn't want nothing to do with her, but now you're mad and like it's not making sense. And to me, hearing these, you know, some of these guys that want black women to be race loyal, you're not making sense, because the price of race loyalty is the price of being alone. If you look at it in reality, because right now, and marriage is crap across the board. It really is. But if you look at it with in the black community, 70% of black women ain't married. Somebody told me it's 77% now, right?
Mm.
So if that's true, okay, and you guys can check me if I'm wrong, that's fine. But let's say even half that number, maybe it's not 70%, maybe it's 50%, right? Still, if that's true, somebody's got to open their options if they want to be married.
Yeah.
Seriously.
Somebody.
Unless you're okay with being alone and not being married, and some people might be okay being alone and not married. I'm not that's their choice. But if you're a woman and want to be married and have a family, it might come in a different package. And if the numbers are correct, 70% or higher. So who are the ladies getting picked?
Hmm.
Are these supermodel women? Are these like the top of the top of the top? Because I see a lot of beautiful black women, very beautiful, very smart, successful, that aren't married.
Yeah. Miserable.
So
It's terrible.
if a white guy like me sees these women and decides to have a relationship and get married, what's the problem? I'm not taking anything anybody's lost. I have one I have a black wife. And they act like I'm taking black women. I got one wife. Seriously. Oh, but you're encouraging interracial relationships. Yeah, because everybody should be able to be married if they want and have a family if they want. And in today's world, where marriage is not what it used to be, where a lot of people ain't getting married, and those that want to get married, we have to open up our options across the board, regardless of what racial group you are. You got to have that option. Whether you exercise it or not, you got to have it. Tell me I'm wrong. I'm serious. If you're a traditional person, man or woman, and you want to have a family, and think about it. In the black community, what, 25 to 30% get married? And then the white community, more than half of our marriages in divorce. So what do you do? What do you do? And I can look at it as a white man. You know what? I have more chance of success getting with a black woman than a white woman. That is a fact. That is a statistical fact. So why wouldn't I open up my options? Why wouldn't I want to be with a woman that's loyal, that's loving, that's resilient, that's educated, that's making things happen? And a lot of women tell me, well, we make it happen because we have no choice. Well, regardless, you're making it happen. So why wouldn't I open up my options? Why wouldn't I praise black women as being the best choice when they are the best choice?
Hmm.
You know? And I know I'm kind of ranting here, but it's truth.
It's okay to
So
be passionate.
yeah, so here's the thing. Ladies and gentlemen, whoever you love, you go with that person. Whoever treats you the best, you go with that person, regardless of the color or their culture or whatever. If they love you and they'll be there for you, go with that person. And that's what we need to do. And we need to stop living by what society or the community thinks or how we might look. Honestly, we need to live our lives. Because the sad, honest truth is a lot of people are brokenhearted today, my age, that wish they could turn back time and give that young lady or that young man a chance because they know they missed an opportunity. They know they missed a blessing. And they're crying tonight because of it. And it's sad. And it's because of some idiot that had nothing to do with their relationship decided that it wasn't right for them to date out.
Hmm.
But where's that person that are those people that decided that swayed these men and women not to be together? Are they
Yeah.
comforting you ladies and say, well, that white guy you loved that we, encourage you to, get away from and you did, and you're brokenhearted. Are they there hugging you, comforting you? Or men? You knew that black woman was for you. You know she was beautiful. You know she loved you. But you decided that, hey, well, my family don't like it. Society ain't going to accept it. And you kicked her to the curb. That dude is crying tonight. He is. There's somebody watching tonight that's got a tear going down that knows I'm right. That knows. And the most evil thing you can do is try to break up someone's relationship
Yeah.
based on color. Really? Based on your own ego. That you don't even know these people. I mean, it's sick and it's twisted. But
Yeah.
unfortunately, that's what happens. But there's good news. You know what? God can bless us again, even if we miss that blessing.
Hmm.
But we got to live our lives for us. What's in your best interest, ladies, gentlemen? What's in your best interest? Does that person you're dating right now love you? Are you conflicted how your family might think, how his family might think about you? Because I've seen people come together, get married, even though their parents are against it, and they have a successful marriage. You know why they do? Because they love each other. You know why they do? Because the husband and wife put each other above everybody, because that's the most important part of your family. That's where the foundation of the family starts. It starts with the man, it starts with the woman, with marriage. That's the foundation. And you build that foundation on a rock that will not be moved. And once you
Hmm.
get that and you have children, you're built on that foundation. Your kids will be built off that foundation. They will have character too. They will be successful as long as you build that marriage on that foundation. That's where the family starts, with the man and woman. The first marriage was Adam and Eve. Okay? That's the first married couple. And Umar Johnson said something, when he was saying, well, marriage, black people invented it. No, sir, you're wrong. God invented marriage. I don't
Yeah,
know
they
what
call it a European construct. That one
yeah, and
just
then
blew me away.
yeah, and then they twist it like, oh, it's a Eurocentric thing,
Hmm.
marriage. No, it's not. There have been people in Africa for centuries getting married. They still get married. Come on now. It ain't a European thing. It's a worldwide thing. It's a thing created by God. We're supposed to come together in marriage. Every culture has marriage. I don't know where they
Could
get that mess.
could you imagine the person that is actually has that level of that mentality that will say that in public, that it's Eurocentric?
Yeah, that's just a weirdo. It's not Eurocentric.
I mean, how
It,
many stories do we have through history of kings and queens? That's husband and wife.
yeah, and it's worldwide.
Global, yeah.
Yeah. So
Emperors, empresses.
marriage is across the board on every group, every continent, every country.
The
It,
utter nonsense that people are putting on YouTube these days is mind blowing.
yeah, I think they just make up stuff. Hey, yeah, I don't want to get married, so it's the white man that he did it. And then you
Yeah.
have Umar that says, well, Africans invented it. Okay, well, what is it? Come on. Maybe it's God that invented it. You ever think?
Maybe.
And 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 if it's true, then they should be teaching us how to get married. I mean, if they're the experts, I don't know. It's kind of like, it's kind of like Godfrey the comedian when he was flipping out about that interracial billboard. Uh, well, where's the one with the black man and white woman? Because he wanted that billboard, right? And he says, well, interracial relationships, we invented it. Okay, so what? So nobody else can do it? I mean, it's just silly. All this stuff is crazy. I mean, I never thought of. I've seen advertisements with white men and black women. Also seen black men and white women.
Hmm.
I mean, it's just an advertisement. So what? That's There's a lot of interracial commercials and advertisement. Guess why? That's because a lot more people are interracially dating and getting married.
Hmm.
So guess what? They're trying to target a certain group. That's what they do.
Yeah, when there's money in it, they don't waste money if it ain't going to make money.
Yeah, and if there's a group of white men and black women that actually have pretty good income, hey, maybe we might target them, get them interested in our business. Because the bottom line is they don't care who's in it as long as they can make money.
Yeah, it's about the bottom dollar.
Yeah. And truly, businesses, they don't care if you're a black guy and a white woman or vice versa. If
Yeah,
they
they
can
don't
make
care.
money off you, hey, come on in.
They're going to do it.
Yeah. But yeah, it's crazy. Um, wow.
Abe's got a terrible story.
Uh-oh.
A 5-year-old was left at his aunt's house, and the uncle was calling the little baby boy the N word.
What?
Yeah.
Why would you do that?
Why
What's
would you
wrong
do
with
that to
people?
a kid?
Yeah, I mean it's pretty jacked up doing it to a grown adult, but a 5-year-old?
See, those stories like that just makes me want to. I'll stop right there.
Yeah, that's horrible.
That is horrible.
But there are people like that.
Hmm.
Some some say anything to push a certain yeah. Yeah, and you know what? YouTube, sometimes people say you like shock things to just get the algorithm going or get views. Um, you know, uh
You know the story of Abraham and Sarah and that one king that
uh-huh.
wanted to put Sarah in his harem?
Yeah.
Okay, so everybody knows for the most part that black don't crack, right?
Mhm.
If we just, because people are people.
Yeah.
To me, Sarah did not look European. I don't think
That,
she was.
well, I know she wasn't European.
Okay.
I know the Hebrews weren't European, and
Nope.
most and the people in the Bible weren't European. Jesus wasn't European. He didn't
Mm-mm.
have blonde hair and blue eyes.
Nope.
Sorry to burst bubbles, but that 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 was Michelangelo in his image what he thought Jesus should look like. No.
Yeah, that was church influence.
Yeah, then that was crap. That was like and you know what? Through the years it was a guy that had blonde hair and blue eyes. I'm just like,
You like the
okay.
pictures of the blue-eyed Jesus? That one just gets me.
Yeah. No, guys. He had a brown complexion and he had brown
Hmm.
eyes, and
Hmm.
I don't know what he looked like. We don't know, but I know he wasn't a European dude. Sorry.
Mm. No.
Uh, it was like, yeah.
Our historians are
That
highly influenced or
isn't that
under the influence.
isn't that crazy that they would do that, knowing that that's false?
Look how much hatred pushed it.
Yeah. Well, yeah. It's like the Martin Luther King saying that the most segregated day is on Sunday.
That's sad.
Think about it. This
That is.
is
That's sad.
this is supposed to be Christians, and they're promoting a lie. Think about it. Isn't that crazy?
Hmm.
Makes you wonder: are they really Christian?
I don't see how. I mean, I'm not their creator. I'm not their judge.
Yeah,
But with the mind that I have, it's hard for me to fathom that they're doing a good job when they hate.
yeah.
I don't.
Well,
Mm-mm.
well. Look at it this way too. There were slave owners that called themselves Christians, and
Oh yeah.
if you read the Bible, how could you believe that? Just look at Exodus, how the Egyptians enslaved the Hebrews. You would think that you would read that and say, you know what? What we're doing is wrong. But no. No, people twist it to what they want it to mean.
Well, Miriam, Moses' sister, she had a problem with his wife
Uh-huh.
because she was a Midianite, a black woman, Ethiopian, Sudanese, whatever.
Yeah, wasn't one of Moses' wife, wasn't she
She was a
Ethiopian?
Midianite. Yeah. Well, Midian's that whole region over there by Ethiopia.
Yeah.
It's
Eh,
basically the region of the Nile because the Nile goes way, way, way across that. It's the land of the Pharaoh, is what it is.
mhm. Yeah, she had hair of wool, and
Hmm.
yeah, it described a black woman to the T. And you know what? I was in. Hey, Corey, check this out. I was I was in a church and the preacher was preaching about that. And he says, you know
Mm,
what? Moses' wife, he had a black wife. And he
yeah.
just, he was going in on it. And, I think his message was that he was trying to say we're people, and we shouldn't hate nobody. But the crazy thing is he got hate for that.
Yeah, because they love to hate.
Yeah. And it's like, if it's biblical, oh, why would you hate for that?
Well,
That's God's word.
that goes back to whose child are you? Because,
Yeah.
you're either a child of God or a child of, because God doesn't hate his own creation. Not like that. I'll leave that alone though. I don't want to drag this into
Yeah, where we go. No, but this is good. This is good
politics
stuff.
and religion is just danger zone.
Yeah, but this is good stuff to talk about because it's truth. I mean, really. And if we're Christians, we got to check ourselves on this stuff.
I've
You
actually
know,
had to correct church. Uh, Actually, I corrected one church deacon for making a
mm,
comment about Latino. Uh, it's it's unbelievable the stuff that well, hmm,
you know what's crazy is my brother. He told me when he was going to Bible college that he had people saying racist things there.
yeah.
And what he would do is say, you know what? Hey, you got to see my brother and his family. And he'd show a picture of me, my wife, and my kids. And he said that would just, he said that they would just freeze up and they wouldn't know what to say. And but the crazy thing
uh,
is you're supposed to be Christian. You're supposed to love everybody.
uh-huh.
And to have racism within the house of God, what, how? It's mind boggling.
You know what's funny, Brent? Because of where I'm at,
Uh,
um, I sit in Bible studies every morning, but I do it in YouTube.
uh-huh,
But I haven't been to a church in my area in 4 years.
uh-huh.
But I sit through Bible studies all the time on YouTube. But then again, it's just the area that I'm in.
Yeah. You know what? I need to have more prayer meetings. Gosh, if they quit working me Sundays, um,
Well, hopefully it'll be over before the summer's over.
right? I'm hoping. Um, but sometimes I got to take a look and reflect and see where I'm drifting the wrong way because we all do it. Um,
Oh yeah, it's human to error.
yeah,
That's why I said, when you're picking somebody, like for the ladies, when they're picking a white guy, if that's their
uh,
preference, they need to pick somebody that they can forgive because they ain't
yeah,
gonna find the perfect man. That's like me. I will marry a black woman. I just, when I make my mind up, I don't divert. I'm
uh,
just that kind of person. I do not divert. And I'm going to find a woman that I can forgive because I know she's not perfect.
yeah,
I can't expect somebody to be perfect and I'm flawed. That's just
yeah, right. That
okay.
I think a lot of times as people we do that though. We we
Uh,
expect we expect our wives to be so great, and do all this stuff, but we're living in dirt. It's I've seen people do that. They're just I've seen guys that are garbage, but expect their wives to
oh
y-
yeah, I've heard them talk.
be the best they can. It's like, come on, you need to improve yourself before you expect that.
Yep. Hmm.
It's like a guy that wants to sleep on a woman's couch and expect her to submit to him when he's not doing nothing. It's like, well, it's
Yeah.
biblical. She's supposed to do it. Yeah, but you're
It's like,
missing
dude, really?
you're missing what you're supposed to do too. Are you loving her like Christ loved the church? Are you even married to her? Yeah. So no, she don't need to submit
Hmm.
to you. Uh,
I get that's when I go on those. Well, when I was going on those other shows,
uh,
and the men are always talking about women submitting,
yeah.
and rarely, and when I say rarely, I mean less than 99.98%. Did I ever hear any of those men talk about submitting to God? Because that's what the man's supposed to do.
Yes. Yes. And when the
Because there's an
man
order to things.
and when the man does that, you know what he does? He puts his wife and children first. In fact, he sacrifices and does without so his wife will be protected. He's supposed to love his wife like Christ loved the church. That means he would lay down his life for his wife in a New York minute. That's what that means.
Hmm.
That means he would give his life for his wife and children. That's what we're supposed to do as men. It is.
Hmm. I'm not disagreeing, but I'm a divorcee, so
Yeah. No, but I mean,
that part of me escapes it because the things that happened there.
yeah, but
But I did
what
wait till all my kids moved out before I left.
yeah, but that's what we're supposed to do as men. And if you're doing that, 99% of the time she's going to submit to you and she's not even going to realize she's doing it. She's going to want to love you with everything she's got. Most women
Hmm.
are like that, really. But the problem is we're not doing what we're supposed to as men, but we expect the women to 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 be on their best, to bring their A game to the relationship when we're not.
Well, if you read the first couple pages in the Bible when man was put in the garden,
Mhm.
if you look at the relationship between a man's work and his relationship to God, and then
Mhm.
his relationship with his wife, basically the husband and wife were put in the garden to tend the garden that God provided.
Mhm.
So they were created to serve each other and him.
Mhm.
So, when I hear men talking about, I'm the man, it's like, dude, you're made out of dirt and water.
Yeah.
You need to get
Basic.
over yourself.
Yeah.
Some of us are just a little light colored dirt compared to dark colored dirt, but we're still
Yeah.
all made out of dirt.
And you know what? With dirt, there's different. You know what's funny? Um, there were some scientists that found out that a lot of the stuff we have in our bodies is in the dirt.
Well, yeah, we
Funny.
are what we eat.
Yeah. No, but I'm just saying we came from dirt. That's how
Yeah.
God made us. And you know what? If you look at soil, somebody says, "Well, white people can't come from dirt because there's not white dirt." Yes, there is.
Yes, there is.
There's many colors. I've seen soil that looks like my skin tone.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, kind of like a pink tone to it. Yeah,
Just an
I've seen it.
uneducated person is all.
Yeah. Um.
Hmm. Yeah, that's funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, those guys. Anytime I hear them talking like that, first of all, it sounds like a 12-year-old.
Yeah. I heard
The-
one guy say that this guy was saying black people were made by God and white people weren't. We're aliens. We came through some portal
oh God, I seen that.
and I
That
was
blew
like,
me
where you come
away.
up with this?
I seen that on YouTube. I'm like, what the hell?
Yeah, I was like, guy, where do you come up with this? Some science fiction stuff.
Big
It,
time.
yeah, it was like, um, eh, I had a discussion with one guy, and he was like, and he was like, this was a while back. He says, you white people, you're just a bunch of cave dwellers and this and that. And I says, well, I said, if you live in Europe in the middle of winter and you want to go to a dry place that keeps you out
Uh-huh.
of the elements, you could build a fire. Yeah, you probably would jump in a cave. I'm just saying.
Hmm. Yeah.
Like,
Common sense is get
I
out
was
of the
just,
weather.
but Yeah, it's funny. We're cavemen. And what's crazy is I see these. I see such a contradiction, right? And they'll say that when they're talking about white people, that we're just cave dwellers and we're like the albinos and all this crazy stuff, that we're the outcast, right?
Hmm.
And like we're just the biggest idiots. And then they'll turn around and say, well, white supremacy's controlling the world.
Yeah, I don't get
Okay,
that.
so we're dumb cavemen, but we're controlling the world.
Yeah, we're
Like, where's the
running the
logic?
planet, but we're idiots.
But here's the dumb. That's such a lie.
Yeah,
First of all, white people ain't that brilliant,
no,
and minorities ain't that dumb. So that ain't gonna
no.
work. It would have to be like no. I just some of the stuff people come up with. You know what? That tells people we're just people. You
I've
know.
seen a lot of black inventors, men and women, that
Mm-hmm.
were forced out of their patents because the white peers around them basically threatened them
Hmm.
with financial ruin if they didn't sell their patent.
Yeah.
I can't remember the one gentleman's name, but he was a black gentleman. He had like 8 different ideas that he was forced out of ownership.
Yeah, they did that back in the day. Yeah.
They just
I
muscled them right out.
I know my mother-in-law was saying, um, and her father was a farmer, right? And
Hmm.
they would go to town and sell their like the harvest and what they grown and um and she said that her father wasn't that educated, that they would take advantage of him,
Hmm.
and he wouldn't get what it was worth, his product. Yeah, I mean
But
there
they'll
were
do that
people.
to a white guy too.
Yeah,
They're
they will.
indiscriminate. They'll do it to anybody if they think they're not as intelligent.
Yeah.
That's white people are very greedy.
Uh
The European,
yeah, I mean, if you study European history,
greed is
uh oh
bad.
my God. And I would say to black people, if you think that you're the only ones we enslaved, just
Oh,
study European history. We did
we
it to
enslaved
ourselves
ourselves.
also. Yeah, we practiced genocide on our own.
Oh yeah.
We've conquered each other. We've done the most horrible things to each other. Uh
Hmm.
yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
well, look at Braveheart in that movie. The what was it, the royalty or the dignitaries
Oh, you
would,
mean the prima nocte
yeah,
in Braveheart?
ever
Yeah.
yeah, whenever somebody got married, they would have to be with their wives. I
Yeah.
mean, they did some pretty jacked up stuff. And no, I'm serious. They would go into Scotland and uh Ireland, and they would try to breed out, you know, impregnate the women and try to breed out what they were. And these were just white people doing it to each other. It's kind of weird. But that's the sick things they would do if you really go into it and study that stuff. Uh,
Yeah, it's sick.
yeah, it's pretty bad. Yeah. You study history, all through history worldwide. People are just so evil.
Oh
Um,
man.
yeah, it's just like
Some of it's hard to stomach
it is. It's like, wow, you could really do this to another human being. I'm just saying.
and be
Uh,
okay with it. Yeah.
yeah,
Brother, you've been on here almost 4 hours.
I have. I need to get to bed. What am I doing? This show's
Having
about
fun.
uh interracial couples, growing at a fast rate.
There's
And
almost, well, there's 43
yeah, there's still 43 watching. That's
at this
awesome.
hour of the morning.
Yeah.
Are we
But
that entertaining, ladies? I mean,
We're kind of drifting all over the
I
place,
think
but
half of
it's
them are
fun.
asleep. They're just listening to us talk.
They just some might be just asleep and still got it on, so we think they're watching. or
Hmm.
or maybe we're boring enough to put them asleep. Maybe it's just
I think half of them are snoring. Yeah. Oh,
I'm about
watching
to
from
snore.
Singapore. You see that? One of them watching from Singapore.
Oh, Singapore, awesome.
Yeah, it's
Hey,
daytime
welcome,
over there.
GM.
Still trying to learn how to attract a white man? Oh, just smile at him and then wait 3 seconds, maybe 5. Oh, your channel is addictive? Brett, you're addictive.
I'm addictive. All right.
Michelle says,
Yeah.
I'm with you. I just woke up to get
Hey,
water and you're on.
hey, hey. Yeah, just smile at him. You're trying to attract him, and when he stares at you, and you feel kind of weird, walk up to him and say, "Well, if you want to come over here and talk to me, you can look at me more than staring from over there." Uh,
Well, if you ask him a question that embarrasses him a little bit, he will stand there and talk to you.
yeah.
I love that movie Hatari with John Wayne and that
Uh,
lady that played D'Alessandro is an Italian woman. And
uh,
she asked John Wayne, she goes, "How do you like to kiss?" And he goes, "What?" Just totally floored the guy, because it's not like you got to like reach out and do anything, but it just blows people away when you ask such an intimate question
oh, that knocks you off your feet.
because nobody's expecting it in public.
I I remember one time, and I've never really been hit on, but I was this one time, and this was like I think I was like 21, and this black girl came up to me and she said, because I was like in a shopping mall and I was looking at her and you know how you get eye contact and I was doing my stare and
Doing
she
your
said,
white man stare.
yeah, I was doing my white man stare and she says, "Hey, white boy, you're fine," and I'm like,
You
I
went
just
right in.
froze. I
You
froze
froze.
in place.
Deer in the
I did
headlight.
deer in the headlight. I didn't know what to do. I was confused. It I mean I felt good about, but I was confused. And see stuff like that. It and you would think that if someone says that you would just jump into it because I thought she was attractive, but I didn't. I just
It,
froze.
it might take
'Cause-
you 15 seconds just to process what happened.
Yeah, I was like, and I was yeah, it was like the weirdest. It was like an unnatural thing. You know
Yeah.
how they say it's natural for the men to approach? Usually I would have told her you're fine. But it was like I got blindsided with it. It was like the opposite thing. And yeah, I boosted my ego, but I couldn't do nothing cuz I didn't know what to do. Does
Free
does
says,
that make
ah,
sense?
white boy.
Yeah, and it didn't go nowhere cuz I didn't know what to do.
Too funny.
It was hilarious, but I was so uncomfortable. I was so embarrassed. I was so yeah. It was the weirdest thing. Um,
Yeah, I've been, oh man, I've been hit on the West Coast. It's almost scary because you don't know if you're going to get hit on by a woman or a man.
oh yeah, that's you
That's
know the funniest thing is
I've actually
that
had 3 dudes hit on me over here when I was younger. It's like, I'm
oh
glad I'm
well.
older now.
You know what? I had oh when I first got married to Sandy, I was 24 years old, she was 25. And we were at JC Penney's and I went and bought this garment bag for like my suits and stuff and
Mhm.
um there was this elderly woman
Those older ladies, you gotta
Oh,
watch them.
this woman was
I
hitting
mean,
on
they
me
will
hard.
catcall you. They will go, "Hey, sweetie." They do all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, and it was like, and she was like, and I thought at first, she's flirty, whatever. But she says like, "Oh, nice bag. I come with the bag. Would you like me to wrap your bag and would you like me to gift wrap myself for you too?" And
Yeah,
I was like, I was
yeah.
like, uh, I
You're
didn't
in
know what
cougar
to say, or
territory at the moment.
I'm like, and she was elderly. She wasn't
Yeah.
like attractive, 40. No, she was like old. And I'm like, "Oh my God." And she says, and she was saying, "Yeah, I come with a bag and uh and this and that." And she says, "So would you like my phone number?" And my wife Sandy walked up and says, "Excuse me?"
Wow.
And she's like, "Yeah, I was talking to him." She's like, "That's my husband." And that lady just like,
Yeah, it changes quick, doesn't it?
"Yeah." And she's like, "Oh, here you go." And she
Yeah.
just left.
Yep.
And I was like, and I was like, I told my wife, "What the heck just happened?" And my wife shook my head. She says, "Wow." She she says
The one that
that.
gets me is when the older ladies will look at you and they say, "I need to take you home. I need to adopt you, but not on paper because we don't want to make this weird." And you
Yeah,
just sit there and you look at them and you're like, you're like old enough to be my mom."
but you know what? Women get away with
And they
that
do it a
stuff
lot.
because let's say I was like her age hitting on a young lady, they would have hauled me
Yeah.
off to jail. Like,
Oh
you,
man.
you're a pervert, and they would have. Yeah, I would have had to register after going to jail. I'm just like, but women can do that, and it's like, but you know what? Who's going to say anything? What was I going to say?
Hmm.
I mean, could I have called the police and say, "Hey, she sexually
Yeah. They're
harassed
gonna
me"?
laugh at you and
They're
walk
going to
off.
laugh at me and say, "Okay, buddy, um,
Hmm. I've had
stay away
women come
from."
up to me and push their chest into me so hard. I mean, I had to take a step back one time. She was pushing her breast into my arm so hard it actually pushed me over.
Wow. I've never had nothing like that happen. I should, but
Probably did
the,
too.
uh,
You get the ones that get me are the ones that they grab your butt or your junk.
oh,
You know, it just, I mean, it's out there.
J10 says, "Are women really that bold?" Um,
Hmm.
I think older women are for some weird reason. I don't know. I don't have young attractive. I've never had young attractive women do that to me. They're always like elderly or something's crazy.
It depends on where you're at though, Brett, because sometimes, um, well, like if you're out in public and some of these, well, because I grew up around hippies,
Oh
and
yeah.
and we used to go to the little town park. Oh God, some days were bad because it was within walking distance, and it
You,
just
you yeah, you know what's crazy is I remember when I was a little kid in the 70s. I remember seeing hippies and stuff. And the crazy thing is I see them today
mm,
and they're really old. They're like
it's
in their
very
70s. I was like,
geriatric.
and some of them still act the same way. It's like,
The
wow.
exact way, nothing
Like,
changed.
yeah, with that free love mentality and that stuff. And maybe that's why I got hit on by these older women. They just
I can't
still in
tell you
that
how many
mindset.
naked hippies I'd seen just in elementary school. There's no way I could count it. Most all of them were women.
Yeah, it's crazy. But you talk about that today with the other generations, like, what is that?
Yeah,
Like,
they have no clue.
they don't know. Uh,
No.
yeah, they're a special group of people. Um,
Yeah, that's a polite way to put it. I mean, it didn't scare me or nothing, because it
No,
never got crazy, but
no, they
it's
weren't
just like,
violent or nothing. They were just like they were like trying to be peaceful and free love and all that stuff. They were into that.
yeah, but you know
Um,
what it's like when you're a teenager and you're getting hit on by someone who's almost 40? Well, yeah, I don't know. It's just weird. It's,
yeah, yeah. I had a couple weird experiences in my life, but
I mean, you
yeah,
do get exposed to a lot of them were wearing tank tops and no bras, so everything was basically in your face.
I think they were against that. Didn't they have like a
They
yeah?
didn't they
I don't
didn't know
know.
what a
It's
bra was.
I didn't they have like a protest where they burned them all and
I think so.
like in New York or something? I don't know.
Well,
I
we used to float the creek in inner tubes,
uh-huh.
and you come around a bend and somebody's house is on the side of the creek, and it was nothing to see the mom and the daughters out there buck naked suntanning.
Oh wow.
I mean,
Yeah, no, they were like that. Yeah, you're right. I
yeah,
mean, I mean they were so free-willed that like I guess they felt nakedness is natural. Well, yeah, not in public though.
yeah. Well,
uh,
the copper tone generation, the copper tone tan, that was pretty big when I was a kid.
the copper tone, yeah.
Well, because
I
I'm
want
not too far above California, so the influence.
Oh yeah, well California, that's what they did. Go lay out in the sun, get a tan and
Hmm.
now most of them probably have skin cancer and wonder what's going on, but uh
Yeah. Yep. Anyway, that's a rabbit trail.
yeah. Okay, well, you know what? I better close this before we're up at 4 in the morning still talking, because we could easily do that.
Yeah, I don't have to work tomorrow. You do.
I do, yeah. I better get to bed.
Yeah,
I
it's
really
almost
do.
almost midnight here. It's 11:56.
Yeah, it's almost 1 in the morning here, so I
Hmm.
yeah, I need to go
Uh,
to bed.
All right, I'm gonna drop out here, brother.
All right, hey, it's good talking to you, Corey. Um,
Thank you for spending
th-
your evening.
oh yeah, I had a good time. I always have a good time talking and stuff.
All
Um,
right.
all right, I'll see you Sunday. I'll probably be going live Sunday.
Okay.
That'll be my next day off. Um,
All right. Well, have a good night.
all right, you have a good night. All right, guys. Thanks for watching. We've been on over 4 hours, and this has been fun. Um, sorry if we drift a little bit. I just get to talking about all kinds of things. Um, but a lot of things we talked about are true things we got to face in today's world. And it is what it is. But you know, the main theme on the show is interracial um relationships are growing. Okay, interracial marriage is growing. Yes, even between black women and white men, that's increasing all the time. Is that the biggest group? No, it's not. Um, I think Asian women and white men is the biggest thing right now. I'd have to do the research, but that's pretty huge. And black men date and marry twice as much as black women. It's still like that. Um, the numbers are shifting a bit. More black women and white men are getting together in marriage. Um, so it's growing across the board. And you might be in a neighborhood where you want to date out, but the men ain't there. Okay. And it goes both ways. There's a lot of neighborhoods where there's white men that would date black women in a heartbeat, but they don't have access. There's not a lot of black women around. Um, you know, so a lot of times it's not happening just because you're not around the people you want to date. So you got to be strategic. Be where the men you want to date or the women you want to date. Be where they're at. And like I said, I'm serious. I dated out when I was a teenager. I would seek out black women because that's who I wanted to date. That's who I wanted to be with. And they were the minority. There wasn't a lot of black women, but I could find them. When you love something, you find it. When you love a certain woman, you'll find her. You have that passion and you want to be with her, you will find her. Ladies, and if you want to be with that man, you'll find him. You know, let yourself be seen. Let him see that unique beauty you have. Let him see what's in your heart, how loving you are, how compassionate you are. Let him see the passion and the emotions you have, and carry yourself in a positive way. You know, make him want to be with you. Make it to where he can't help himself but to talk to you. You know, and you can do that. Black women, you got a certain beauty to you that attracts us. You really do. Praying works also, and definitely not chasing. I'm going to put that up here, J10. She's so right. You got to pray, okay? And God created us all, right? You want to be with a certain person? Pray to God for that. And there's nothing wrong with praying for your preference. If you're attracted to white men or black women and you say, God, can you bring me a black woman to be my wife? That's okay. You're telling God what's in your heart. It's up to God to give you that. Okay? I prayed for my wife. I prayed that it would be a black woman that I would marry. And voila, that's what happened. Okay? Praying does work. And women, yeah, you don't need to be chasing. But, you know, have him catch his eye. Show him how beautiful you are. Show him how much of an awesome personality you have. And like I said earlier, when I was talking about Lisa, she carries herself in a positive way. And that's attractive. You know, and I've seen women carry themselves that way, and they don't have to be the most attractive women ever, but that is attractive. Confident, but approachable. Catch their, you know, show him that, ladies. You'll catch his eye. And, but it's growing. More black women are being married to white men than ever. It's not going down, it's going up. So just keep that in mind. Strategic, be where they're at, they catch your eye, and pray about it. What screams confident in a woman? And a confident woman is attractive. A confident woman is attractive. You know, she is. That catches their eye. I fell in love with women that weren't the best looking, but just how they carried themselves, how they dressed, how they were positive, how they were just sweet to be around. And I'm telling you, ladies, that catches our heart. When we're around someone that has positivity and that carries herself well and that's confident but approachable, oh, that's a winning combination. You show us that, ladies, we'll fall in love with you. Seriously. I remember one time I fell in love with this woman that just carried herself so well. And my friends were like, well, she's okay, but she's not that good looking. Well, I call BS on that. She's beautiful. She's just awesome to be around. She's got herself together. I want to be with her. When I see, and when I would see a woman that is positive like that, I want to embrace her. That's just, oh my God, I want to be around her. That's true. I mean, you show men that'll attract them. It really will. Okay. Lovely Day says, I also want to say black women have always carried the burden for others, and they have. This is our time to be treated right with someone or be ourselves. Yeah, ladies, it's your time to be treated right. Black women, it's your time to be treated like the beautiful women you are. Black women, you are first class. You are the most beautiful you are. And it's time you're treated like that, regardless of the man you're with. You know, you should not have to carry a burden for nobody. In fact, the man that's with you should be carrying you. He should be uplifting you. He should be telling you how beautiful you are. You should not have to carry nobody's burden, black women. You shouldn't. And you do. Black women, you do sacrifice for others. And I'm telling you, when black women love you, they will sacrifice for you. My wife does it for me all the time. And in fact, I have to kind of fight her not to do that. But that's how you guys are. That's how black women are. Your hearts are so big that, and you got so much love in your heart that you give it to others. It's time for you to receive that love. It's time for you to be lifted up. Black women, it's time for you to be the queen that you are. And I know a lot of black women say, don't be calling us queen all the time. But ladies, you are first class. You are the best. And if you don't believe me, look at my wife. 28 years. I don't marry somebody that I don't think's the best. Just saying. Uh, we love so hard. Our love shouldn't be given to just anyone. Yes. Not everybody deserves your love, black women. That's right, J10. You're so right. Black women do love hard. They do. And their love is precious. I always say that love from a black woman is a love from God. It really is. And not everybody deserves it. So don't give it to just anyone. I'm loved by my wife, and I don't deserve it. I don't. But I'm very thankful I got it. I don't deserve my wife, but I thank God I have her. You know. But yeah, ladies, your love is a blessing. And you need to give your love to the man that's going to love you. And J10's right. Not everybody deserves it. So true. And your love's so precious, even the good men don't deserve it. I'm just saying. Free says, I'm newly divorced and I'm open to dating a white man if it's God's will. Yeah. And you got to just make sure it's God's will. Make sure that man you date, you got to make sure he's a good man and he's dating you for the right reasons. He's dating you because he wants a relationship. That he's dating you because, he thinks you're special and he has love for you. You don't want to date somebody that just wants to have a good time, you know. And pray about it. Pray that it is God's will. It might be God's will for one black woman to be with a white man, but the other one, it might not be God's will. You know, it's true. Um, But yeah, pray about it. But there is a lot of white men that are good men, ladies, that will love you. You just got to find that one. That's why you got to vet. That's why, write a letter to your future husband. Sit down and write it. And just think in your mind how you want this man to be. And just say, thank you for uplifting me. Thank you for telling me I'm beautiful. Thank you for, I love the way you give me a hug before you uh, go to work. I love the way that tell me I'm beautiful even though we've been together for so many years. Write that letter. You know what? I would say this, ladies and gentlemen, write a letter to your future husband or your future wife saying how much you love them. And when you do get married and you're in that relationship you always wanted, give your husband or wife that letter. And it can be a special moment. You can say, you know what? I prayed for this and you lived up to it. Here's your letter. The letter helps. It gets you thinking about what you want in a man, what you want in a woman. Write that letter. When you get time, just sit down and write it. And just think what you want in that relationship, what you want that man to be like or that woman. And write that letter. And see if you find that man or woman that fits that. Because one thing you'll have, it'll be in your mind. And when you do go on that date, you could kind of vent. I mean, you could kind of vet that person. Does he fit that description that you want? Or is it just someone that don't want to get married yet, just wants to see where, see if things work out, that kind of weak dude? Yeah. Then you can find that out, right? Write that letter. I mean, why not? And that'll be a neat thing, and you can keep it sealed till you find that special someone in your life and give them the letter. And you can wait till you're married 2 years and then give it to them. Oh, yeah, write that letter, J10. Because I know, J10, you're first class, and the man that gets with you will be truly blessed. I always have. Yeah, black women have been judged harshly for uh, dating white men or other races of men. Yes, and ladies, you don't deserve that. Ladies, you should be with who loves you and who you want to be with, and regardless of the race. I mean, um, but yeah, try writing that letter. My letter is everything I expected of my daddy, all his morals and values of my parents. Oh, nice. You know what? Speaking of letters, did you know when every letter I wrote my wife when I was overseas on deployments, my wife kept every letter? Do you know that? My wife reads my old letters sometimes. That's what it means to my wife. And my daughters have read my letters to my wife and ended up, getting teared up and crying. Letters are valuable. Letters come from the heart. Write what's in your heart. What do you want in a man or woman? Write it down and then pray about it. pray that God will give you that. And then when you're dating, vet. Because remember, ladies, you're the prize. You're the treasure. The Bible says that the woman is the treasure. It says that a good woman's worth her weight in gold. You know, it says that if you find a wife, you find a good thing and you find favor from God. If that's not a prize, I don't know what is. If you find a woman, if you find a wife, you find a good thing and favor from God. Think about it. It also says that a virtuous woman is worth more than precious stones and rubies. Think about it. So, ladies, you are the treasure. And black women, you're the hidden treasure in our society today, in our communities. Black women, I see you in every economic sector of our country. I do. And I see the beauty and value you bring. You are that treasure. And I know, ladies, when you find someone you love, you give them everything. But before you give that man everything, make sure he's giving you everything. That's the way it's supposed to go. You live for each other, you become one. But anyway, I'm gonna go ahead and close this. It's over 1 o'clock in the morning. But guys, it was awesome doing this live with you guys. I had a good time tonight. I cherish this time coming on and talking to you. I enjoy doing the YouTube. I enjoy doing lives and videos. And I hope and pray that I can be a blessing to you guys. I do. I hope and pray I can help you in some kind of way. You know, whether it's uplifting you, making you feel good, or giving you some advice that might help you in a relationship. I hope I'm a blessing to you. I hope I don't lead you the wrong way. That's not my intent. I just pray to God that I can be a blessing to you. And I appreciate you guys. You guys are, thank you, J10. You're a blessing to me also. Thank you so much. Oh, thanks, Free. You know, God said we will have not because we ask not. Yeah, that's so true. God has said we have not because we ask not. I'm definitely praying for a non-black man. We're made for each other. Yeah, pray for what you want. Talk to God. Tell God what you want. Because He's the one that can make it happen. And that's true. You ask not, you have not because you ask not. And I tell you, ladies, I think one of the reasons I'm blessed with my wife because I asked God for her. I didn't deserve my wife. I still don't deserve my wife. I can never deserve my wife. My wife is such a blessing. I can't even come close to deserving her. But I am thankful. I thank God for having her. I thank God she's in my life. I thank God she's my wife. I thank God she's the mother of my children. And that's one thing I can do is ask. I have no problem asking God for many things. And you know what? I'm thankful too. But the other stuff I should be doing, I need to work on. Really do. I'm just a man. I'm flawed like everybody else. But I am thankful for what I got. And I did ask for what I have. Dude, you are the cutest. Thanks so much. But anyway, guys, I'm gonna go ahead and close. I love you guys, and God bless you and your families. And I hope you enjoyed this live tonight. I hope you enjoyed the video. Um, that video brought things in perspective. And that's our future. You know, we're going interracially. We are. And, I think it's a good thing. I think it's a blessing. I think it's a beautiful thing. I really do. Um, but anyway, guys, before I keep talking all night, I'm going to go ahead and close. And I want to thank you so much for coming on. I thank you so much for your comments. I do. And ladies, you are special. You are the prize. And I'm telling you, to me, you're the most beautiful woman on earth. And I'm not the only one that thinks that. Um, but anyway, guys, thank you so much for watching. God bless you. God bless your families. And today's me and my wife's anniversary, so I got to do some special things for my wife. We hit 28 years today. 28. We got married back in May 19th, 1994. Pretty amazing. I, but I found a good wife. God bless me. So, but anyway, guys. Oh, thanks for the happy anniversary. Um, it's been a blessing the whole way. But anyway, guys, God bless you and your families, and I'll see you. I'll see you Sunday for the next live. Um, I'll probably send a couple videos along the way in between, but the next live will be Sunday. So God bless you and your families, and I'll see you soon.